Happy Monday. Captain Coder here. Bio with an in the chat. Happy Monday. Happy Monday, my friend. How are we doing? How are we doing today? Nice to see you this morning. All right. What are we doing? We had a good weekend. We had a good, productive weekend. Good, Bio. I'm glad. I'm glad you're doing well. You're doing well. I'm also doing well. Making it through. My poor I feel so bad. My partner, she's been sick all weekend, and I'm just terrified that I'm gonna get sick. I've been trying to take care of her, but I haven't gotten sick. So I'm glad about that. I thought I felt a sore throat coming on, but I think it's just because I streamed so much the last 2 days and was just talking a lot. So that happens when I work at like summer camps too. I've worked as like a band camp where I'm like yelling all day, not yelling, but talking loudly outside. Yeah, so what are we working on today? What are we working on today? We got some coffee here, we got some water here, we got some adventure quest here. So we've made some excellent progress. Let's take a look at what we did last time, or what we've done in the last couple of times. We added a little sound to here. Got that door put in. Pretty much bind stuff if you didn't do that. I'm not sure, Bio, I'm not sure what you mean. Weapons. There's no armor yet, so I need to add an armor shop at some point. I'm gonna add that to the to-do list. I think it's probably already there. Do I have armor shop? Add an armor shop, yeah. Buying stuff from weapons, yeah. So we can put on this long sword, we can equip, we can unequip. So we got our drag and drop inventory, we got our status screen. One thing to add to the status screen, here's another thing we gotta add to the status screen. Status. Oh, I don't know why. This extension, I feel like there's probably some extension that's so slow. What extension is failing? Project failed load. Take a look here. Let's dig in. Output. Debug console. Output console. I have too many plugins, man. The markdown extension on enter key not found. Alright, I gotta figure out what's going on with my markdown extension. Here, let's uninstall. Look at markdown. All-in-one preview. I think I need the preview one uninstall. See if that fixes anything. I might need to just reload this one. Okay, let's try a reload. For anyone just joining, we are experiencing some annoyances in VS Code. But we're gonna hop in here. Captain Coder is gonna hop in, do some RPG prototyping. And I'm getting tired of my keyboard not working. I didn't fix it. In markdown mode, it's almost like I just have too many things trying to load themselves at the same time or something. I'll figure that out offline, but this is driving me nuts. It's driving me nuts all day yesterday. So I write all of my assignments using markdown. My markdown tool, this editor, the keyboard stops working, and I get this little thing saying that the enter key is messed up or something. There's some command missing for the enter key. So making me crazy, making me absolutely nuts. Core, welcome back, my friend. So nice to see you this morning. It was nice to see, and then see like it gets all my I see all my input come through later. Does like queues up all the things I've typed and they come through later. Core, though, so nice to see you. Happy Monday. I keep saying happy Sunday, happy Monday, my friend. I saw you did a bunch of work on the sign on channel. It looks good. Congratulations on all of the things you managed to get done. I hope it was productive. I hope it was as productive as it looks on the Discord. So I was gonna real quick in here. We need to add in. Oh, I don't even remember what I was gonna add now. Oh, and we need to add, yeah. So add, absolutely, Gavin. I don't know that I will accept any kind of pull request, but Gavin, you can always. It's open source. It's up there. The prototype. Here, let's get this. Here, let me get a tab open here. Let me pull over the UI. But yes, you can. What are we advancing transition manner? We've merged that in. But make sure you're on the development branch when you're working on stuff, because the main branch doesn't have it yet. But yeah, of course you can. No promises that I'll accept a pull request, but absolutely you can. I just want to be honest and say that I don't know that I would accept. It would have to be of some level of understanding. But one of the things I'm doing on the stream is I do want to show like the entire development process on stream as well. So depending on what you provide. So if you're adding enemies, probably totally cool with that, enemies and assets, that sort of thing. I think I would probably accept. If you're writing a whole new module, I probably wouldn't accept that, just because we would miss out on the code that created that thing. But if you're using existing code to build stuff like adding weapons and armor and new shops, so you're just using the interfaces that exist already, I think that would be super cool. Super cool. Did that kind of answer your key for wanting to contribute? Thank you for wanting to contribute. That's cool. Traits to status screen. So we don't have any traits on our status screen yet. Okay. Another thing we want to add to our status screen. Add total defense to status screen. Okay, so let's look at where we are. What were we doing? So we happen to have here combat. Combat scene is what we're working on. Yesterday we made some really good progress. So we hop in here to our enemies here. We worked on this the builder pattern, and then we created two types of enemies. So we have slimes and we have dark knights. Those are the two types of enemies we currently have. For two news today for me. I will have meeting in an hour to hear this year's candidate proposal for my organization. And also a space for the Unbound will be released soon. An Indonesian game that I anticipated. Ooh, a new game. I always get it. If there's a game I've been following, I'm always excited when it's about to come out. Happy to help, Gavin. Happy to help. Sorry, I missed you over on on YouTube. My chat was hidden, but now, what are we doing? I gotta turn Nightbot off over on YouTube as well. I got Stream Elements going. But yeah, we put together a builder. So a builder is a pattern. So a builder is a design pattern that allows us to construct complex data. So an enemy is relatively complex data here for doing an iCombatant. And the construction of an enemy is complex. It's not necessarily that the data itself is super complex. There's lots of things on here, but the construction of one is relatively complex because we want to be able to specify some different capabilities on them, some different traits. So for example, we want to be able to specify trait ranges, and the trait ranges are relatively complex. The types of damages they can do, so their damages are somewhat complex. Their defense range. So we built this builder to make it easier to construct these. And another thing that the builder does is it allows us to defer the construction until later. So we've created you can sort of think of this as like, oh, we've created a quote unquote factory. And it's not the factory pattern, so I'm scared. But we've created a builder here. We've created a tool that allows us to construct new slimes when we need them. So the builder is the tool that constructs the slimes on the fly when we need them. All right. So what do we want to get done today? Let's look at our to-do list. Let's get a sign on going. Let's see, did I finish my goals yesterday? No, I did not. Let's take a look at what those were. So our goals yesterday, didn't finish this mini goal. We looked into it, not so happy about the outcome. That's okay though. 2, we did implement an enemy class that implements the iCombat ant interface. All right, so we got some combat ants, combatants in our game now. We went through, built that builder, so we did get this done. We didn't add the info output to the combat scene, so I think we're gonna tag that on here. So sign on, and I don't know how long I can go today. It is a holiday here in the United States, so happy Martin Luther King Jr. Day to everybody. So I don't have work today, but I do have work I got to get done today. I spent the weekend not doing, not prepping for anything for work itself, and instead was doing a whole lot of having too much fun streaming. Gavin says, I'm currently working as a small indie game developer. Since my time schedule is so fit, I can't really work on a full side project as my hobby, so I think contribute to an open source project like yours is really going to help me learn more things and maybe relax a bit. Absolutely. Do you happen to have, Gavin, do you have any links to the stuff you're working on? Are you in a place where you are ready to promote what you're working on? Love to check it out at some point. If you are, no pressure. All right, so we want to add Gaze. Welcome back, my friend. Happy Monday. Keep saying happy Sunday. Happy Monday. Nice to see you again. We're gonna add combat info output to the combat scene. So that's something that we want to do. Add combat info to the combat scene. So right now it's just displaying in our console. So we need to add sort of like a console to our scene. Okay. I don't think that's going to take me the full. I'm planning to go 3 hours today. So 3 hours with a break in the middle. I think we can get this combat output in the first hour. All right. So that leaves me with about an hour and a half left. Depending on how much talking happens, how much distractions I get. And so I think what I want to work on after that is adding in a round system, and explore adding in a rounds system to combat. All right. That's really what I want to get done today. Bonus, add a basic enemy attack AI, some kind of player agent and computer agent class to control combat. All right, so not a whole lot we're gonna get done today, but we're gonna try. We're gonna see how far we can get. So this is my time. We're gonna add combat info output to the combat scene, and then explore adding in a rounds system. That's what we want, a rounds system. Okay, so here we go. And as always, I like to do my sign on to focus me and make me really think. Because look at all this. As you develop something, as you get further down the rabbit hole, look at how many things get added to your list. Look at how many things get added to your list of things to do. There's no way, if you just sit down, this list can be overwhelming to even try and look at, much less accomplish anything. So our sign on reduces that scope down greatly and helps us sort of manage ourselves. Helps us to manage what we're doing. Gavin says, the game I'm working on is named Ancient Gods, a card battler / hero collection. Not Gacha. I'm not sure what Not Gacha is. You can get it on Steam, Android, and iOS. Let's check it out. I'm curious. I want to check it out. Steam. It's called Ancient Gods. Is this the one? Is this the one, Gabbins? This game looks pretty. This game looks game looks really, really pretty. How many people are on your development team? Wow. Hexpian. So you just released it last August. How long have you been working on this? It doesn't say it's an early release. Let's watch the trailer. Let's watch the trailer here. Thank you so much for sharing. Gaze, I forgot to make a to-do list for the practice project. That's okay. That's okay. Next time, next time. All right, it doesn't like when I go full screen for some reason. All right, so we're gonna just zoom in like this. Oh, sorry. I'm trying to make it work. All right, let's start over, please. Can I get you to start over? That's okay. I don't know why when I'm streaming. It's so interesting. Sorry, this is not doing justice to your. It's so interesting that this, and it's not my internet either. It's something weird with OBS. If I move it to my other screen, it plays fine. OBS trying to screen capture it or something is giving it trouble. All right. Anyway, everyone go check out Gabbin's Ancient Gods. This game looks awesome. I'm gonna check it out. You got 4 people on the project. You're the only one that's coding for it. This is really, really awesome. This looks really, really awesome. I haven't played it, so I can't actually say if it's awesome, right? It looks awesome. I'm excited to check it out. I love collecting games. I love card games, and it looks like a card battle game. All right, let's give it a go. It's looking good. Thank you for sharing. All right, but let's hop back in here. G, good morning to you. How are you doing? How's your leg? Okay. So we're in our combat system. I need to decide how I want to render, where I want to render the combat information here. So I need to find a space to put sort of the combat output. And I'm kind of thinking I'm gonna sacrifice. I'm gonna squeeze everything up a little bit. So let's rename this background. And we're gonna add these to a new parent object. And this parent object is gonna be called combatant info. All right, and we're gonna have a horizontal group. Gonna make everything crazy. This thing is we're gonna stretch it out. We're gonna make it control child width and height and don't force expand width. Or don't control width. All right, that's what we want. We don't want to, guys, let's make these each 800 and 800. All right, so now it'll space them out. I want them. All right, let's make the combatant stretch here. Okay. And we'll put some padding. 50, 50, 50, and then we'll do 300 on the bottom so we can have some space for our output. Gaze says, though it was just a small code session, have stuff I want to implement, I didn't have an idea at the time for what I would want the player to be able to do. So to do on their journey in the open world. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. See, that's sort of where I am. You know, I'm sort of out exploring what do I want this game to be? What does it sort of feel like? What does it look like? G says, my knee is still wrapped. I still can't walk very far, but otherwise I can only hope it heals soon. Gotcha. Well, I'm sending, you know, we're sending you our energy. I'm sending you my energy. I'm hoping it heals quickly. But I'm glad it seems to be getting better. I don't know that it is getting better, but it sounds like it's starting to get maybe a little bit better. Can I make this so that way? Yeah, I think, I need to add a spacer. That's what I need to do. So we're gonna add in a create empty. It's gonna be our spacer. I want this to space as much as possible between these two things. Let's swap the order here. All right. And this spacer, we're going to say that this is a layout element and its width is flexible 1. All right, so then we're going to add a layout to these. These ones preferred width is 800 and the players also has a preferred width of 800. And the spacer doesn't have a preferred width, so it's going to say take up the whole space. So now if I say control the size, but don't force expand. Kind of worked. Kind of worked. It did sort of make them take up the whole space. That's okay, though, I think. I wish there was a max size. That's okay. That's okay. But, all right, so playing around with UI stuff, I'm not good at it, but I'm starting to get a little bit better at what it sort of wants from you. I don't want it to control, I do want it to control the tiles. I don't force expand. This is interesting. I want these, so let's change this back. Let's not control it again. Let's go 800. Here, let me describe what I want to have happen. All right. I would like the player info. Maybe that tied it. Maybe this doesn't have a layout group inside. Wrong move. All right, so this doesn't have a layout. What I want is I want each one of these to take up as much space as possible inside of this. So the combatant info is sort of like the top part of this scene, this screen here. And it's going to have two things, the enemy renderer and the player info, and they should be on opposite ends of the screen, but they should stretch top to bottom as much as possible. So instead of doing this layout instead is trying to say, oh, we'll line things up, and if I get more stuff, squeeze them in there. Let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of that. Instead, what I'm going to do is I'm going to set the anchors on these. All right, so I'm going to set the anchors on these. I want them to be 800 in width, but I want them to take up all of the space top to bottom. So I'm going to tell them to stretch. All right, so I'm going to use this one here. I'm saying, so for my enemy render, it's going to say, I'm saying go all the way to the left. Go all the way to the left and stretch top to bottom. And pivot yourself. So if I hold down shift, it says, now when I set the values here in the editor, have them be relative to where this pivot is. All right, and it's relative to the parent as well. So they're inside of this combatant info. And we come down on the enemy renderer, and I really say I just want you all the way to the left of that thing, because that thing is going to be padded properly for the whole screen. I know I want you to be 800 in width, and I want you to take up the whole top to bottom. So top, be 0 from the top, 0 from the bottom, go stretch the whole thing. All right. So now what's going to happen if I change the size of this, it'll grow up and down with the size, but it doesn't grow them and saying slam yourself all the way to the left with 0 position. Okay. Now my player info needs to be the opposite of that. It's going to go to the right side. It's going to be the right side. Corfless says, recommending BGM. Sorry, I'm terrible at acronyms. Could you tell me what is BGM? So we're doing the same thing with our player info. Our player info is going to stretch top to bottom. So it's going to be lined up perfectly with its parent top to bottom. Oh, thank you so much for the reminder. Thanks so much for the reminder. I turned it off. We were trying to listen to a thank you. Thank you. I need to set up something to warn me if that's off for more than a minute. All right, so our player info, we are aligning it to the right side of its parent, the combat info, and we're stretching it top to bottom. We want it to be all the way over to the right. Again, it's gonna take up 800 pixels like that. And so now if I adjust the size of this, these things grow with it. So, and this one here, I'm basically saying stretch yourself out. I actually want you to stretch all the way left to right, take up the whole thing, and I'm telling it, but I actually want 400 pixels from the bottom of the screen, because I'm going to add in sort of like an information dialog down here. And we might end up moving these buttons. These buttons, I think, are going to end up moving down inside of the like menu down here. We're going to see what it looks like though. So we're going to add in a new empty thing. This is going to control, this is where we're going to put our combat info that's happening. So I'm going to call this combat log. This is where our log's going to be. Again, this one is going to be maybe I should do it this way. Anyway, I think this one's going to it's going to stretch all the way across the bottom. And if you hold down Alt, it'll actually stretch it for you, smash it down there for you, set the size. But I want it to be 50 pixels from the bottom. So as you notice, 50 seems to be like my border size that I've chosen in my mind. And then we can give it a height here of 300. All right. So now we have like this layout here, height of background. Oh no, I don't need to add a background. I can add an image directly to it. So I'm gonna add an image to it. I'm gonna use my dialogue. All right, so dialogue. So I have a dialogue image that knows how to stretch itself out in here. All right, so I have this small dialogue image that I put in there. It's sliced up so that it resizes nicely, so it has that border. So this is where our output's gonna be. All right. That looks all right. What do people think? I thought this was gonna look terrible, but that doesn't look too bad. That doesn't look too bad. What do people think? I thought this was gonna look terrible. All right, so now we gotta add in our text. So we're gonna have text scrolling in here. And so I'm not sure, I've never really done scrolling text. So I have some thoughts. Part of me is thinking that I should make it an input field so it like scrolls. It doesn't look terrible. I was expecting it to look terrible. I definitely want to add some text in here. I'm wondering whether or not I want to have a scroll view so you can scroll back up as it goes by. Yeah, gee, I'm not sure if I want it to actually be scrolling or just scroll away as it goes off the screen. So part of me is thinking maybe it just scrolls away as it goes off the screen. Let's see what happens. All right, we're gonna play around with this idea a little bit. In our prefabs, we have some text. I'm gonna try it with just regular text in our combat log. And this text, we're gonna make it so that if it overflows, it becomes hidden. Oh, I'm definitely gonna need more than one line. Because our combat log, so let me show you what our combat output already is. I already know I'm gonna need more than one line code here. iCombatant. Our combat output is pretty, I don't know if robust is the right word, but it's pretty long. So it's like so-and-so attacks so-and-so. And then you get like these output messages like this. And so I think what I want to do is have it like slowly fill in the text for you. And then when it gets too long, it like goes off. So it'll be like an old school RPG where you can like specify how fast you want the text to render. But I think we want more than one line for sure, but I'm not sure if I want it so you can like scroll back to see what happened. That's sort of what my thought is. Do I really want a scroll area where you can scroll back to see previous things that were there? I don't think that's necessary. But I could be wrong. We're gonna make this thing stretch out, fill up the whole space as well. And we're gonna make the text, we're gonna call this our, let's leave it as text, I suppose. The alignment's gonna be different. Maz the Spaz, or is it Maz the Spaz? It's probably Maz the Spaz. Hi! For a more modern design, how about make the model of the character twice as big? Bottom of feet will be his behind element, but user can zoom in or out. What do you think? Plus character should be in an idle animation that at the bare minimum is them breathing. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely would be nice to have lots and lots of little things there, right? So that would be some nice polish for sure. So this combat log, I don't even know if the combat log really needs to be here. I think some of the things that we're gonna do. So I'm just exploring prototyping. But welcome aboard, Maz. And let me know. Please tell me if I'm pronouncing your name wrong. I always like to get the names right. But Maz the Spaz, you know, this is sort of like traditional. I think so. If I really want it, so Pokemon battle screen. I'm just like playing around with ideas. Really, I should try and steal inspiration from this, where we have like our character on one side and the enemy on the other side. Something along these lines might be really nice to steal as well. So you have this, and move my items down here. So this whole scene is just sort of prototyping, filling it out. Yeah, the graphics don't matter that much, but the layout does. The layout does. The layout absolutely does matter. Oh, yeah. So I was just saying I like the way this feels compared to mine. Compared to mine, Maz. Yeah, you're right. I'm not copying, but I'm saying compared to mine, I like the way this feels. My original design was more along the Bard's Tale combat. My original design was more along this line. I was going more for this design, where we have sort of like a scene over on the left, and you have like information here. And so I'm more than anything just playing around with what my layout is, and the layout's important. The actual UI UX stuff, I don't know that I'm gonna get super advanced as far as idle stuff. I mean, we're only on day 15 here. We're only on day 15. There's lots and lots of stuff, but more than anything, the layout I think is important. But also prototyping. How do I get the information I know I want to have on the screen? So we've set up, you know, listeners and events so that we can communicate with those things. So the next thing we're trying to communicate out here happens to be the combat information. Excellent suggestions, Maz. I really like it. Yeah. That scene. Mad the Spaz. The screen we are looking at is character design info screen. Surely not the combat scene. Nope, this is the combat scene. It's horrible, right? That's why I was saying I really need to figure out how I want this to lay out and feel. More than anything right now, I am... all right, so just to give you a high-level overview of what I'm doing. I'm a computer science teacher. I teach computer science and programming. I'm designing and I'm working out how to implement very different components of an RPG. My goal isn't to actually build an entire RPG, but to explore how to build different components of an RPG, modeling the data, and then using Unity as sort of the UI and using the data model. So we're using model view controller to have our model talk to the scene here. Sense of urgency, yeah. So right now, I guess I'm more than anything, I'm trying to figure out, okay, how do I get my combat information to even display here? And then once I have that worked out, as long as I have a spot to put stuff. Yeah, simple font would be would be better as well. I don't disagree with you there. But we're gonna add in here. We're gonna align our messages here. This is really a text-based adventure that happens to have a UI. So the input is all mouse input, all mouse clicks, just adventure, and you turn it into a UI. So the target audience for this, just so you know where I'm coming from, the target audience is this is a second term object-oriented programming class. So it's an object-oriented programming class. This is what this project is designed to fit that regard. But I do think you're right about the text needing to be maybe a little bit different. Let's try 48. If this was a full screen. Mike Collard over on YouTube. Good morning. Good morning. Nice to see you, Dad. Happy. It's not too bad. This is semi-legible. All right. So we'll go with 48 here. And so we're just playing around with how do I create like a message box that text can scroll into. So this is the battle log text here. So we have in our code here. I'm loving these suggestions, Maz. I'm gonna have to add them to my to-do. Redesign of combat scene to provide a sense of urgency. I love that. I love that. Sense of urgency. Beautiful. All right. For now. All right. So if we look at our goals, Maz, I have a bad habit of getting super distracted and going off on tangents. So please keep throwing them out. Keep throwing them out. Today we want to get combat info just being reported out and then explore how the round system works. So we actually don't even know how our combat system works yet. Is really a challenge. So it's even harder to design the UI if we don't know how the combat system works. Maz, though, surely this isn't the combat scene. Surely, you are correct. You are correct that it is. It shouldn't be. Shouldn't be this grotesque. Okay, so we have this attack result after an attack, and we want to report it here. So we need sort of this combat log renderer that knows how to render the text. So we're going to create a combat log. It's part of the things drawing stuff on the screen. So we're going to stick with our pattern of things that draw stuff to the screen are called renderers. So we're going to go into our UI package. UI package, and we're going to create. We need a combat folder. Combat. And this is going to be our combat log renderer. All right, so we're going to have a combat log render, and it's going to take in strings, and it's going to just sort of know how to render itself. All right, so namespace adventure quest dot combat.ui. It seems to not be up. I'm gonna wait till it's back. All right, looks like I'm back. Looks like my drop frames are back. Am I back? Someone let me know when I'm back. Give me a thumbs up when you can hear me. Public class. All right. Sorry about that. We got a storm going on here. It's been going all night. So the internet, there's a big flash of lightning that went off out there. So I'm assuming that was related to my internet dropping there for a second. All right. So this is our mono behavior. Yeah, sorry about that, Mass. So what I will say, Padakin, welcome aboard. Nice to see you. First time chatter. Happy, what's today? Happy Monday, my friend. Welcome aboard. Yeah, so Maz, just so you know, I love these suggestions that you're giving. I absolutely love them. I'm gonna forget them. So I'm gonna let you know right now that I'm gonna forget them. But, and you don't have to sign up for my Discord. But I'm gonna tell you that if you do, I'm way more likely to remember these things. So But you're under no means under. I don't want to tell you to join it, and be like, hey, join my Discord. It's the coolest thing ever. But what I want to say is that I do have a spot for feedback on Adventure Quest, where I'd love you to put your suggestions there so I remember. And keep saying them, because maybe they'll sink in a little bit for me as well. I'm not trying to tell you not to say. I'm just letting you know. That said, yeah. So there's a discussion board on the Adventure Quests on Discord. Put them there. Please put them there, so I'm more likely to remember. Feel free to keep discussing them here. But I just wanted to let you know that I am today, my focus for today, I don't want to get too sidetracked because this happens to me all the time. My focus for today is actually on building a system just to make our text render to the scene for the combat log. So keeping in mind that this game is based on text adventure game, the text-based game, the text is important. So my goal is to make it a tool for rendering that text to the screen. So that's my goal. And we're gonna see whether or not I can achieve that goal. All right. Oh, so one of the things I wanted to check out. Let's get a fake paragraph here. Some lorem ipsum, just to see what it's gonna look like. All right. So I'm pretty sure this is already beyond what we have. No, it's not. All right. So one thing I want to do. Is I don't want it to overflow, and I actually want it aligned this way. Yeah, so as the text comes, it sort of flows up. That makes me so sad. Hopefully it'll rephrase. All right, I'm gonna, just in case, we're gonna be recording as well, just in case, so I can upload this later. Maz, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you so much. As always, do not hesitate to ask questions. Backseat coding is always welcome. No promise that I'll accept it, but I love being boozled. Be careful not to bamboozle me, just boozle me. Wrapping, do not overflow. Wrapping enabled overflow, truncate. Ooh, that's the wrong case. Scroll rect. Page? That's fascinating. These are some really good options. Masking feels like the right one. I want it to just like not be visible on the upside. So I'm not sure how to do that. So we're learning. Let me know if it comes up if I'm back. I'm sorry my internet's going down. I'm sorry my internet's giving us all the boozlements. Looks like I'm back on YouTube though. All right, core with, what a cute little emoji. Okay. Unity text mesh bro text hide overflow. I want extra settings. Yeah, enabled for that for sure. I don't want the overflow. So I gotta learn about these different options. That's really what I gotta do, is I gotta learn about these different options. Let's see here. Keep word wrapping, text mesh, text component segments, pro documentation, overflow. Wrapping and overflow mode controls what happens when the text doesn't fit inside the display area. Overflow means that text will extend beyond the bounds throughout the cell. Ellipses will cut off the text and insert ... to indicate that some text is omitted. Truncate simply extends off cuts off the text that no longer fits. Page mode allows us to have pages. Vertical alignment works on a per page basis. UV mapping. This only works for UI objects, not 3D. So that's what I thought. So the question is, how do I... let's look here. Did the text just get bigger? Shouldn't it be... Nope, definitely not. What is happening here? All right, so text, mesh, pro, unity, masking. Trying to find distant field masking, how to use a sprite mask or shader, text mesh. How do we mask it? Core, good luck with your meeting, my friend. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you. I got my water with me. I'll do my best. I'll make you proud, my friend. I'll make you proud. Have a beautiful day. Have a beautiful day. As always, you're welcome back anytime. Take example 19. That example is using a separate mask. I'm talking about a text mesh pro mask, mobile masking. To be clear, link for info on text mesh pro UGUI, pro UGUI. Do I have the examples installed? Text mesh pro. I don't think I have the examples. Let's come over text mesh pro, import examples. Example 19. All right, so it's gonna add this. All right, let's import these examples. So we're learning here. We're learning. We're growing. We're gonna figure it out. Our examples here. So I don't want to commit this. So I'm gonna undo that at some point. But example, let's save this scene before we open up a new one. Example 19, masking texture soft mask. Okay. So canvas, image, text mesh pro text. That's... What is this? Do I have to put it inside of an image? The image... What is... That's essentially, I think, what I want there. If we were to make this bigger. Yeah, okay, so it's using... I think it's using this image here as the mask. All right, so let's go back to our scene. Let's go to combat. Let's not save this scene that I just modified. And I think it's telling me that my combat log, I need to add an image above it. Create empty parent. Let's add an image. It's a mask. Let's make this take up the entirety of this thing. Like that. That was interesting. Why is this? And then this should take up the entirety of that. This should be transparent. And then do we have to set the mask? Face, texture, outline, color, extra settings, mask. Sprite asset, extra padding. Mooniz, happy Monday, my friend. It's so nice to see you. Happy captaining this Monday, Mr. Coder. Yes, that's exactly right. Anyone that doesn't know, Mooniz is a real, oh, not just shout out. Mooniz is a real game developer. Had some awesome, caught him doing the Ludum Dare number 52 or 53, I can't remember which one. That, a weekend 72-hour game jam, made a pretty sweet little platformer. Be sure to follow Mooniz, LD52, that's right. So Mooniz, you might know how to do this. I'm trying to add in I want this text here. All right, so I'm trying to add this text, and let's go back in time here. I'm trying to add in text output here. I would like this text to essentially be masked. So when it overflows, I just want to hide the text that's above it. So my idea is I'm gonna, like, text is gonna be coming in here, and the text will sort of disappear off the top. Right now, what happens is I'm trying to use that overflow mask. I could do paged, right? So I could do paged where the pages get us like the next chunks of text, like that. I don't necessarily like that. Ellipses seem okay too. They had little dots at the end. Scroll rectangle. I would like it to mask. I'd like it to mask here. And so the text will just sort of like disappear off the top, but there's not an actual scroll bar. So I'm wondering if you know how to make the mask work. It said, I saw a thing, example 19 had an example for us. But I can't quite figure out how this one's doing it either. Wondering if they've attached it. Ludum Dare. I've never submitted to Ludum Dare, so I've never submitted, so. I added the image there, and maybe I did something wrong. All right, let's try again. Let's try again. So I did try that. So let's go back to combat. All right, so I tried to add in an image. So we're gonna do UI image. All right, so we're gonna add an image. It's gonna be our mask. I want this to essentially take up this full space here. And we're gonna have 20. We're gonna pad it like so. And I say that this thing is a maskable. All right. And if I put this text, my idea is, you know, so if side here. All right, just bear with me. The idea is I want that to be our mask. And I thought if I just put this inside, it would do it. That did not. That did not. Did not get us. Get us the help that we need. And so I'm just not sure. I feel like I'm close. Text mesh pro masking image. Yeah, I feel like I'm just dumb. And it's gonna be really, really simple. Once I felt like, oh, there was like a button I clicked that made it mask. Yeah, it should be on the TMP object. So I have the masking option here. The masking option here. Go to the bottom. So it should be on the TMP object. All right, so we're here. We are looking here. We are in this sort of space. I feel like it's gonna be here somewhere. Is it part of here? Do I need to add it in here? Maybe it's like Z order or something, but I have no Unity experience. No worries, no worries. I'm gonna keep digging here for a minute. If anyone happens to know, we're learning together. Oh, it's the material. All right, so the material. Do I need a, oops, my shader, texture, outline. I'm getting close. I'm getting close. Collapse base. Go into the debug settings. Mask, hard, soft. Oh, it won't let me change that. The big baller. Welcome back. How have you been? That's interesting. Yeah, I don't know enough about this. I might need to what? I think I need to watch a little video here. All right, so we're gonna try and watch a video. Unity text mesh pro text overflow masking example. Here we go. Why does the text start at the Y position it does versus the Y position of the box you say it is connected to? Are you working on the same RPG you did last time? I'm doing really well, Big Baller. We made a lot of progress this past weekend. And yes, we're working on the same prototype. Maz, I think Maz is asking, why does the text start at the Y position? So I've set the text to start. So the idea is this text is going to scroll from the bottom up. So I've specifically set it to start at the bottom. So the idea is as the text comes up, it'll just scroll off the top. It'll scroll off the top there rather than scrolling off the bottom. All right, go to the image. I add a rect mask component. Okay, image rect mask. Oh, Mooniz is a hero. Shout out. Give points, Mooniz. 200. Oh, that's the wrong button. Add points, Mooniz. 200. All right, Mooniz. Thank you so much. I have 0 points to give. That's funny. Thank you for your assistance, my friend. Thank you for your assistance. Okay, so the idea is as this text comes in, it should now sort of scroll off the top there, right? So it'll start coming in one line at a time, and it'll slowly scroll off, and then we just clear it out, and the next text will come. So we can sort of truncate it as it's moving off the screen here. Okay, so now we have this combat log renderer. The combat log renderer is going to go find the text component inside of it when it wakes up. Or we could even just make it, okay, so here, combat log renderer. All right, so the idea here is we're gonna have a public void render, and it's gonna take in an attack. We got a, 1 second here, what's it called? An attack result. So it needs to know how to render an attack result to the log. All right, so we're gonna do attack results, and we're gonna have different types. So attack results ultimately gonna end up being an iCombat result or something along those lines, and this thing will know how to render all of them. But yeah, Maz, I hope I answered your question. Let me know if I did not. I'll try and explain it a little bit better. And thank you so much for all of your suggestions. Okay, so this needs a text component to put stuff into. So for now, we're gonna do the following. We gotta import our text mesh pro. Get the text mesh pro in here, and we got text mesh pro GUI. It's gonna be our text box, text area. This will be our text area. Let me think about this. And this is going to be equal to, oh no, we need to serialize this so we can find it. So we're going to serialize this field. And the idea is that we're going to slowly render this text out to the scene. All right. So we need to have. So the idea, Maz, is that it's going to scroll. Yeah, so that's a good question. We have to think about that. I'm thinking it'll just scroll through at each. Yeah, it's a good point. That's a good point. I'm not sure. I haven't decided whether or not that might be some setting you could turn on. But the idea is that my idea is it just sort of scrolls past, and then you won't have more text than you can read per round type of thing. But probably need to have a space in there as well. So render probably is the wrong thing. It sort of says in queue, right? In queue? Is that how you do in queue? In queue? 1 sec. Is in queue? I think there's not 2 U's. In queue. It's in QU. Okay. So there is 2 UUs in there. And in QU. All right, so we're going to enqueue the results. And then the idea is this thing sort of knows how to say, okay, well, I need to just render the text slowly onto this thing. So we're going to slowly add the text into it, which will be interesting to do here. So we're going to have to do some stuff in our update. So the easiest thing to do, though, for now, the idea is I eventually want to, got to put the on hover event to scroll, I guess. Yeah, I'm trying to avoid text is equal to result. So the simplest thing I could do is say, all right, anytime we get an attack result, boom, dump it in there. But I want it to sort of like print out slowly. So we're going to start with this just to see if we can get this kind of working. And you guys know me, I kind of hate at the top level. All right, so if I go up to my top level here, this is sort of my combat log. So my combat log renderer. And I hate that I'm going to have to drag in my text component here. This gives me room for error. It's giving me room for error. So instead, I think this is going to go find the text component inside of it when it wakes up. I think that's what it's going to do. So we're gonna actually say that when this thing wakes up. So awake. We're gonna find in our children the text area to render. So text area is gonna be equal to get component in children text mesh like that. And then we'll do an assertion. We're gonna make sure we're assert text area is not equal to null. So if it's not equal to null, we're going to say that the combat log does not have a text area to output to. All right. So when this thing wakes up, it goes and it finds this thing rather than me manually putting it in there. And so let's see if we can test this out. I have a giant set. Oh, it's because I imported my examples here. Hang on. We want to... Yeah, I don't want all these examples. Yikes. Okay, so let's get rid of those. Assets, fonts, themes, scripts, text mesh pro, revert, discard. All right, so uninstall those examples. Let this build. Let's see if Unity's really mad at us. It's not too mad. It's not too mad. In fact, didn't seem to complain at all. That's a good sign. Right now we have our attack button. What is it? It's connected to the combat controller. We'll look. Attack. Combat controller player attacks. Our combat controller can attack things. All right. So I think our combat controller needs to have an event. All right, so we're gonna go our combat controller, and we're gonna add an event here that our renderer can listen to. So anytime an attack happens, so we're gonna create a renderer here, or an event. Events, we need to import Unity's event tools, Unity engine.events. All right, we're gonna have a Unity event of type, and in this case, we're gonna do attack result for now, but this is gonna change. It's gonna change, but we're just prototype. We're trying to figure out how we're gonna do this thing. And on combat results, combat event maybe, on combat event. Yeah, so this is gonna be able to send this result to various places that might want to listen to it. And we're gonna get it to be a, I don't think I need that new thing there, but we'll put it there just in case. And we want to serialize this. We want to access this in our editor. All right, so we're gonna have this event slot where I can put things. All right, so as this event slot, my combat log can go in here. So I'm gonna attach my combat log in. And because, here's why I decided to make this an attack result. When this happens, it's going to talk to our combat log, and our combat log renderer. Let's close everything to the right here so we can see it a little bit better. Our combat log renderer has the correct shape for us. All right, so the combat log renderer has this enqueue, thing here. All right, so the enqueue accepts the same type that our event is outputting. And what this does is now in our event, in our Unity editor, when we go down to our combat log render, we get this dynamic attack result, and we find our enqueue. It puts it right there at the top for us. And it's going to say, okay, whatever this thing produces, we're going to jam it in there and it can respond. So this allows us to avoid having to use the update method to constantly poll and say, hey, is there a change? Is there a change? Is there a change? Instead, it knows how to say, hey, here you go. Here's a chunk. Here's a chunk. Take what I got to do now. Before I was doing the log, the description result. Now we're gonna do on combat event in dot invoke. We're gonna invoke this event, so we have a result here that we're gonna forward along. Maz the Spaz asks, or says, if you use update, you can have a bool that has allow/disallow scrolling, then delta time to decide when to change the Y when scrolling is allowed. Just spitballing. Absolutely. Absolutely. And we're gonna get there. You're gonna see, I hope. I'm gonna see. We're all gonna see. And hopefully we'll be able to add something in there. I like the idea of having it have the paging option. So when it's full, it says, okay, we gotta wait. We gotta wait for something to happen. Yeah. So that's one of the reasons why we have this queue, is we're gonna have more text than we could potentially render. But let's check out what happens real quick, just so we can get an idea here. Right now, it's sort of forward everything. This project. Oh, let's dump. No text to start out. In fact, we might say like a wild Bob appears. All right. So one thing I don't like is that the text all sort of shows up at the bottom to start, which is going to be maybe okay. I'm not sure. I'm not sure how I feel about that. I think it's going to be something that I need to fix. Okay, so but if I click attack, Chick of the Zlork attacks Dark Knight. Chick of the Zlork attacks Connect. Dark Knight took 5 damage. So now we get this report of what's happening, but I'd like it to sort of print it out slowly. Or not necessarily that the text, unfortunately, looks kind of horrible being aligned there at the bottom. And I had a feeling that was gonna be there, but I'm a computer scientist. I'm a programmer. I'm not a designologist. I'm not a designologist, so I'm trying to get better at it, but that's not our main focus today. All right, so the idea is we're going to enqueue this result into, we're going to create a queue. So we're going to have a private queue. All right, so this is a part of our, it's not in collections yet. We're going to import collections. We're going to have a queue of strings that we want to output to render. All right, so we're gonna have a queue of strings to render. And so this is a nice little data structure that we can use here. It's a nice little data structure we can use here. So a queue, if you're not familiar, is essentially like a fancy list that has 2 methods. It has an enqueue method and a dequeue method, and so it sort of preserves the order in which things were put in here. You can think of it like a line at a grocery store. You have a queue you get into, and you move along as people go through. You chunk your way through. But this is going to ensure that we're always pulling things off the front, and I think it's the right data structure for what we want to do here. And so what I want to do, to render.enqueue, we essentially want to take our result. I'm going to chop it up into lines. So I'm going to do results dot description dot split, and this is a little silly here, but we're going to split it on our new lines. All right, and we will eventually have to figure out like the text length, that sort of thing. We're going to split it on our new lines, and then we're going to toss that into our queue. So we're going to say for each string line in here. Can I do a for each? I hang on. Does this have for each on it? It doesn't. It doesn't. And we're gonna just add that to our render queue. We'll call this our render queue. Trying to follow good practices. Private field should start with an underscore. Microsoft suggests this. Not required, but is a nice suggestion, and so it's good to try and follow conventions. All right, render queue dot in queue. We're gonna in queue the line, and then sort of in our update, I think, do we want to do it in update, or do we want to have it? I think update's the best place to do it, maybe. Should I do it in update or should I have my own? I think we're gonna do it in update. This is interesting. This is one of the first times I've actually used update, but I think it makes sense. We also used it in our drag and drop system a little bit, but I'm doing my best. All right. So anytime you can avoid putting something in update, you should. Putting things in update slows you down. Slows you down. Because it happens every frame. But we're gonna do it. We're gonna do a protected void update. All right, and our update. Let's think about this. Oh, absolutely, Moonez, you're right. You don't do expensive things in update. That's exactly right. I don't know if afraid is the right word, but it also puts you in a it tends to lead, so you should in general favor events over update. But this is something that sort of needs to happen every frame, right? So every frame we sort of say, do I need to draw a new character? Should I draw something new to the screen? So we're gonna have a new a property here. Public. Interesting. Can I do it this way? I might be able to get away with this and not use update again. Yeah. So I think what I actually want to do is the following. I want to do a public int text. We're gonna have a like text speed characters per minute. All right, so someone's gonna tell how many characters do you want to get rendered per minute? Is what we're gonna do here. And I'm actually gonna change my queue here to characters. All right, and then I'm gonna in queue. We're not gonna split online anymore. I'm gonna say to char array. And this is gonna become a char ch like this. All right, so we're gonna have characters per minute. So we say like, well, we want to display 120 characters per minute, and then we can figure it out how many characters do I need to display each time I tick, essentially. Yeah, I think I like this. Characters per minute. Get characters per minute. I could do it per frame. Yeah, I think I still want to do it per frame, but I want a little check here. So basically, I'm gonna write a method, draw update text area. So actually, we're gonna see what it looks like. I think I do want it one character at a time. It's gonna like scroll the text out. Update text area, or even say process queue. So we're gonna say if render queue dot. Is there an empty on this? Empty count greater than 0. So if we have something in our queue, we're gonna do a process on the queue. So we will say private, go at the end here, private void process queue. private void prosec queue. And we're gonna have a last time and a current time. Let me think about this. Let me think about this. Do I need to do update? I might not do update. Thinking about how I want to do this. I could have an invoke happening actually. That rather than doing it every frame, we do it every, you know, some other amount of time. But let's get the process queue working first. So our queue here. Art! Happy Monday, my friend. We're gonna do process queue. We're gonna put this in here. We say if our render queue happens to be empty, we return. Fun fact, I got a stationary extra by like 5 days. I've been doing 50 minutes of second every day, and it's enough to make me a lot happier. Good. Yeah, man, getting some physical activity going, getting that blood flowing is so good for you. It's one of the reasons, you know, I've been doing exercise as well, but stretching out. I try and do the stretches here to make sure everyone is including myself. I do it for myself, but trying to encourage people to get out and stretch a little bit on their own. Yeah, so I'm gonna do it based on time for sure, Mass. I'm just trying to consider what variables I need. So I'm trying to do this like a good way versus a bad way. Right, so I'm trying to determine how much time has actually passed since the last time. So I do think I kind of need to keep track of our last render and our current render. So private float last render. Okay. So yeah, so Maz, I was trying to think if I could get away with not doing it every frame. But I think doing it every frame is fine. So we're gonna get last render minus our current time. And so each time we process it, so I want to make sure I don't have like a weird bug where it calculates how much time I've done. Art, excellent question. I need to set up some kind of overlay that talks about what we're working on. We're working on our combat system. You're right, Maz, it costs nothing. No, but I'm still just thinking through the problem as far as we're doing. We're trying to get our combat log. Whenever combat occurs, let's go to our iCombatant. We have sort of this attack result, and our attack result sort of builds up a description. So recall that I'm essentially building a text-based adventure that has a nicer user interface. And so now I want my text-based adventure to render what happened to the screen. So we're building out a log renderer, and I'm gonna make it print, you know, you're gonna be able to say how many characters per minute do you want this thing to display, and we're gonna use that to calculate how many characters we need to print out each frame, essentially. So when there's new text, figure out how many characters to print out each frame, and then based on that, we're sort of have to figure out how do we make it, should we pause when there's too much text, or should we just keep scrolling? We're working on that. But you're right, Maz, you're right. The current time doesn't matter. I just don't. So I want to think about doing this the proper way rather than just like hacking it. For example, one of the things I'm considering right now, it would be nice to include that. I currently don't have that, but that would be nice to make it sort of, I could pass in some markdown or something. That's a great idea. Maz, that's a great idea. Ooh, TMP supports markdown. We're gonna have to give that a try. All right, real quick. Does it support markdown? Do you support markdown? If it supports markdown, my life I'll be so happy. Rich tech and enable RTL. text style. Okay, so it looks like we can do some kind of rich text input. All right, I'm gonna have to look into that. Yeah, Mads, these are all great ideas. These are all great ideas. Keep in mind, this is something that a sort of second class student, so not a second class student, this is a designed for students who are taking a second class in programming. They need to be able to handle this, and it needs to be able to be explainable in a relatively easy manner to do it. So we want to, one of the goals here is keep things as simple as possible while providing the tools to be, you know, express yourself a little bit. I love the idea. If we can make it easy to add colors, we're going to. All right, but we're trying not to get too distracted right now. All right, so I already foresee this interesting bug here. So we have a float, time passed is equal to time or time dot delta time minus our last render. This is how much time has passed since the last time. Okay, so one of the things that I'm considering here though is our last render will get updated here. All right, so our last render will get updated here. All right, cool. And then we process the queue. So we have this much time passed. So we need to determine how many characters can we process then. Okay, so characters per minute. We have, so we'll have a float here, which is going to be our characters per second. All right, so given characters per minute, we want to calculate characters per second. And I should probably memoize this thing here. I should store this. Is going to be our characters per minute. What is that? Characters per minute times divided by 60. We should get that out. All right, so our characters per second is our characters per minute divided by 60. And so this is going to determine how many characters we need to render. And so here's the part where I was having a little bit of leftover. There's a little bit of leftover here, Maz, of this isn't going to be the exact number of characters we need. So we want to now say int characters to render. We need to calculate this. So we have our characters per second. We have the amount of seconds passed. So let's rename this seconds passed. Last render time. So the number of seconds that have passed times the characters per second. Exactly. So there's going to be, I think there's going to be a little bit of leftover here, where we sort of are, we're sort of rounding this off. And so like, I want to sort of like add that to my last render time a little bit, but we're going to see here. So this is where there's like this little minor bug I have in here, where we're going to have like little hiccups here, but this will be the number of characters we need to render. And if we render no characters, we can like save that little bit of time left over. All right. So we have like a private float left over time. Yeah, that's what I have. Current. Oh, sorry. Maz, you're right. This should be my current time. I meant to have current time here. Thank you. Maz, catching my bug here. Thank you very much. There you go. Thank you for catching that for me. Have some points. All right, so caught a bug of mine. I appreciate that. 30 points to you. Okay. Yes, absolutely, Moonness. All right, thank you. Add points. Boom. Thank you so much for catching me there. Almost made a grave error. That would have been a weird bug to try and figure out. All right, so it's our character, and then we have like leftover time, right? So now it's not. So now our leftover time. So now our leftover time happens to be equal to the seconds passed minus our characters to render times characters per second. Okay, so we have some little bit of leftover time. So seconds past this here, this needs to be plus our leftover time. All right, so this is getting a little bit complicated, but I think we got it here. So it's the amount of time, I guess I don't need parentheses there. So this is how much time has passed. And then we had like a little bit of leftover time from last time of characters we didn't render. And then, so we're gonna figure out so how many characters do we need to render? And then we need to calculate the new leftover time and save it. So for the next time, All right, so now we have the number of characters we need to do. Absolutely, Maz. That's absolutely correct. That's why I was trying to, like, in my mind, I needed to avoid this. I need to avoid this a little bit here. And so if we have a pause thing, we're gonna have to have a little bit of thing in here that last render time sort of like needs to get reset, right? Otherwise, we'll run into trouble. So that's one of the thoughts I was having as we were doing this. Okay, so now we need the characters. We're gonna pop off characters from our queue. All right, so our render queue. All right, our render queue dot DQ I can't DQ mini, but we need a DQ. So maybe a queue is not the right data structure here. All right, so here's the bad version that I want to do. What is it? Enumerable dot here. Let's import system.enumerable dot system.enum generic.enumerable. How do I get my enumerable? All right, let's go check the C# documentation. C# enumerable dot range. I want enumerable. Where's enumerable come from? System.link. Okay. Let's import system.link. I know I'm not avoiding any issues. But that's why, like, my brain, when I was first setting this whole method up, I was like processing, okay, there's a lot of little intricacies I need to think about here. And look, my process queue already is quite complex. And so part of me was like, man, could I make this less complex? Could I make this less complex by instead setting something that says, well, just render yourself every 50 milliseconds. Moon is, yeah. So this feels way too complex to me. And I don't like it. It feels like painfully complex. You had mentioned something like an animator. But yeah, I'm all about managing the complexity, because this is feeling painfully difficult from a just like conceptual. So you got to manage all these different variables and thinking through the process. I'm gonna finish this out just to save there, but I think my approach would be to use an interval. But yeah, Mooniz, tell us your approach. What would your approach be? I'd love to know. Enumerable dot range. So our range is going to be 0 to, is this inclusive? Characters to render. Let's go look. Range. Dot range. Generates a sequence of integrals within a specified range. Start the number of sequential integers. Oh, so this is the count. Yeah, so this is the number of characters to count. Yeah, Mooniz, I was thinking that. So I was thinking I would just invoke a thing, add a timer in there. Let's do this approach. Let's do this approach, and then let's refactor it. Because I think that's a much better approach than doing it with the time here. I'm hating how much as the time thing is driving me nuts here a little bit. But we're actually gonna come in here and no, it turns out Boogie Zolo, it turns out the range here is actually saying what's your start and then how many things do you want in it. I am making ITC. Excellent question. Excellent question. I need like a command that just sort of tells people what's going on. Chicka Wow Wow in the house as well. Welcome aboard. Welcome to the captain ship. ITC, we're essentially prototyping a text-based adventure. A text-based adventure that has a quote-unquote fancy renderer via Unity. So we're using Unity to create a renderer for ourselves. But we're doing well, Chicka Wow Wow. We're doing well. We've written ourselves an overly complex, a horribly complex thing here. And so the select here is literally going to be our renderer.dq, like this. And then this should be dot. Is that not what we're gonna do? Select. I want select. Takes in a function. This is gonna be an ignored thing, and then it's just gonna be our renderer.dq. And then we're gonna do a to array. Or even better, string. To add is equal to string.join. Good question, ITC. This is day 15, so not very long. This is day 15, not very long. We have the entire content. So is archive not an option? I thought archive was an option on my stream elements. Go look at my commands real quick. Chat, custom commands. Yeah, I don't have an archive. I don't have an archive button. I have a YouTube. YouTube. Let's try again. That's not even the right link. Okay. Don't click that link. Stop. All right. YouTube/Captain Coder Live. We have the entire series that we've been doing here on the live channel over on YouTube. So if you wanted to go back and watch from start to end, essentially all of the coding, yeah, first try there, right? All of the coding has been done live with some very, very minor exceptions, and anything that wasn't live was explained sort of at the start of the next stream. You did not, Chicka Wow Wow, you did not. You did not. That sounds fascinating. That sounds really, really cool. That sounds really, really cool. IG Dev over on YouTube, hello to you. Happy Monday, my friend. Welcome aboard. If you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask. I love, as I always say, I love to be boozled. Don't bamboozle me, but you're welcome to boozle me. All right, so we're gonna join these together, and then essentially our text area dot text. Is there just an add text to our text area? It'd be nice if we could just add it in there. So our text plus equals to add. So I think this will process our queue. This thing there is saying find all the characters in our queue that we want to render. So this is a little bit of fanciness here using link. If you're not familiar with link, that's sort of what we're doing here. Let me break it out into chunks just so we can see it a little bit better. This is our cares to add. Is this thing. All right. So let's look at this real quick. So anyone who's new to C#, new to Link, you might have written this as a for loop instead, and maybe I should have. But let's look at this real quick, what I did here. I'm using the enumerable class. All right, so the enumerable class is going to allow me here to do the following. And so I'm going to break it out into pieces real quick, just so we can see it. Nums 0 to 0 to 2. All right, so let's look at what this is doing. Enumerable is part of our link system. And when I do range here, this is going to generate an iterator. So it's an iterator too. So I could write a for loop that says for int I equals 0, I less than character surrender, I plus plus. This sort of wraps that in there for us. So I'm calling this nums at 0 to 2. So this is going to give me back essentially a list of integers. Next, I'm going to take nums 0 to 2. So this is 0, 1, and 2. And I'm going to ignore the input there. And instead, I'm just going to say, hey, use my renderer, pull out the next character I need to render. And then lastly, I come in here and I say, okay, well, now join them together with no spaces. Just chunk them together with no spaces so that I have the chunk of the string I want to add to my text. All right, so that's how, so if you were confused about the length of this, that's what I did there. So this is sort of what we would call a more functional approach instead of writing a for loop. And so the link system is sort of built so you can chain these things together nicely in the following way. And so I can do this. I can do this. I put this dot here. And then I'm going to do, I can actually do a join here. And so what's cool here is I think I can actually, can I do a join? Can I do a join? I'm just going to stick with my string join here. All right, so essentially this is what I've done. This is my chars to add like this. But it makes it so you sort of read from top to bottom what it's doing, and you don't have to worry about accidentally doing something awkward in your loop. All right, Shafmer. Sorry if I probably butchered that name. I'm so sorry. Over on YouTube, thank you for the great explanation. Of course, that's what we're going for. That's what we're trying to do. And I can actually get rid of this to add, but I'm gonna leave it there. We've written a really, really complex system. Visual Studio community is broken. Gaze, I'm so sorry. I have experienced similar issues. I use there's a number of reasons why I use VS Code. I've used Visual Studio as well, but the main reason is my students are on multiple different platforms, and so VS Code happens to be a very tight together. VS Code happens to work on all of them. Visual Studio is different on Mac. There's like a different version on Mac. There's a different version on Windows, and I don't even think there's one for Linux. ITC Studios asked a question, what inspired you to make this game? I'll get there in just a second here. We're gonna see how sad we are. If I click attack, we're sad. We're sad because nothing happened. Ideally, this was supposed to render some stuff for us. I know our enqueue, I think, is working. Okay. We are very sad. Why are we so sad? Oh, thank you so much. Muniz caught my error. My characters per minute is set to 0. Let's try 120 characters per minute. Let's try this now. All right, let's check in here and see. I'm gonna try a little bit of debug logging. No worries, it's so we're using the word render to mean something that gets displayed on the screen. So we have a lot of things called renderer. May not have been the best word to use. So we're gonna check here. Debug.log. Characters to render. Yeah, so ITC Studios had asked what inspired me to make this, right? What inspired me to make this? Introduction to Unity class. So I've been tasked with teaching Introduction to Unity class. And I've sort of disguised it. So really, I'm teaching object-oriented programming in C#, and it's disguised as an Intro to Unity class. So what was my inspiration? My inspiration. All right, so be empty. My render. Oh, you know what, Moonness? I never hit attack. I never hit attack. All right, so now we're breaking. All right, so something happened. Something happened. Okay. Our queue is empty. Which is a little weird to me. Okay. Characters to render. All right, so we don't want to render. We need to render at most int count is going to be the minimum of So I'm going to use system.math. The minimum of render queue dot count or our characters to render. Okay. Chicka Wow Wow, thank you so much for popping in. Good luck with work today. Have a beautiful day, my friend. Keep on coding, keep on growing, keep building those skills. Keep us updated on your stream, my friend, on your Twitch experience. And as always, you're welcome back anytime. I had to enqueue something for it to work. Very true. Very true. I also need to make sure that I don't try to dequeue more things than I can. So that's what we're going to do here. All right. I have a feeling it's going to look choppy and ugly and horrible. But we're going to find out if it looks choppy, horrible, and ugly. 120 characters per minute might just be... Why? Oh, yeah. Argument was out of the range of valid values. All right. Count. Let's try a clamp here. Characters to render. Zero and count. For some reason, it's negative. Art says, hello, ITC Studios. What is going on here? Why would this be negative? I might have to... Let's try again. This is gonna keep it from crashing, but I don't know that it's gonna actually fix anything. Yeah. Characters per minute. It should only be 2 characters per second. Fascinating here. All right, character. Let's try slowing it down. Something terrible is going on. That's interesting. So this is like characters per second or something. My calculation's wrong. Something's definitely wrong with my calculation. Yeah, but when it was on 120. All right, field. Let's check out what this is. So let's make it so we can set this real quick. Something's wrong. Something's off. Is the answer. Look at how crazy that is. That's crazy. When I have it on 1, 2, something is way wrong here. Well, so it's wrong here. Debug.log characters. All right, so we're gonna do a little bit of checking here. Exactly, Boogie. That's exactly what we're trying to do. Characters to go into debug land. So I might need to write a unit test. A unit test for this would make things seconds past. But let's see if we can figure out what's happening here. And then we should have maybe our leftover time left over time. And we could potentially have this set so we can see it as well. Why not multiply it by time dot scale? I'm not sure. We're actually gonna refactor this here in a minute anyway. It's a good question, Gaze. I don't know if there is one. My initial gut tells me there's probably not, unless there's one like it attaches to replit. All right. So our leftover time, I think, is busted. Yeah. I think our leftover time is broken. Certainly not under 1 second. That's right. That's right. All right. So I've written a bug here. All right. So we've written a bug, which is no bueno. No bueno. Not so good. Why is our leftover time? All right, let's drop leftover time. I think this is the real bug. The real bug is related to leftover time. I think. Oh, Smab, that's a good question. I think Gaze was asking, and correct us, Gaze. Were you asking, is there a framework for coding Android? All right. This is all messed up. Yeah, because it is so fast, the number of characters to render happen to be essentially 0. This is what the leftover time was supposed to be calculating. Hang on. Characters per second. All right. Oh, I think this is all. I think my characters per second should actually be something like 40. Or 60. Yeah, so the frame rate's fast. This is where my leftover time is the part that was broken. So my leftover time is incorrect, and that is what is sort of trying to yeah. So our leftover time's messed up. Leftover time. And leftover time is how much time has passed minus our characters to render times our character per second. It's not seconds past. It's left over time plus seconds past minus the characters to render. Let's try this. I apologize. It's fun watching me debug, isn't it? I don't know if that's true. There we go. Let's try 2. 1. All right. Clearly not. Characters per second, 1. Leftover time. Yeah, Gaze, that's a rough one to be in if you're traveling, and you only have sort of like a tablet or a phone. Writing not that code would be really, really challenging. A web-based editor might be the way to go, but then you won't have internet potentially. So how much time has passed? I see I had the leftover time built in there. So we have how much time? This is actually how many we've done. All right, I know I'm gonna rework this. So I might just move on to my different refactor here rather than so Moon, as Moon pointed out, this is like a really, really. All right, I think we might have. I think we might have got it here. So check it out. Something is wrong. My leftover time should never be negative. I'm so confused as to why here. Can we... It could be that my last render time is not getting set. It's what is it, a sloth? It's a sloth speed, the speed of a sloth there. I actually think the way I'm doing this, Moon, is actually more it's not that resource intensive, but it's actually a little bit more resource intensive than if I set up a timer to go off, and use that to sort of keep track of how much time things have gone. And in fact, if I use the timer, then like pausing the game and stuff would be easier to manage. I'm frustrated here. All right, so let's drop seconds past here. Let's drop seconds leftover time here so that we can actually see the actual seconds passed. All right, the actual seconds passed, not like my imagined seconds passed. So our seconds, so the characters to render though should include the leftover time. And then the leftover time that we end up calculating. So one thing I could do here is say if, all right, so we're gonna do if our count, all right, if our count is 0, less than or equal to 0 somehow magically, we're not gonna render anything, we just return. All right. And our leftover time sort of needs to get bumped up. A leftover time needs to get bumped up here. Leftover time plus equals seconds passed. All right, so the leftover time is sort of like if we weren't able to render any characters, we're gonna bump up our leftover time. If we render something, our leftover time needs to be calculated based on essentially the number of characters that we had left over. But for now, I'm gonna set leftover time to 0 here. All right, so leftover time, if we render something, leftover time gets set to 0. which this is slightly off because it shouldn't go back to 0. It should be like, there's going to be like this minor delta, but I actually don't think this delta matters at this point. Okay. I don't think this delta matters. All right, let's look at this. So Maz, the idea with the leftover time is it's keeping track. So times passed, time minus last render time, is the amount of time since we last like did an update. It's essentially, so this is our delta time, which I'm doing wrong. Art, have a beautiful day, my friend. Enjoy the beach, and as always, you're welcome back anytime. Yeah, so Maz, I let myself get a little bit overboard here with the last render time. Sorry, with the leftover time. This is how much time. So let's say, so there's going to be an amount of time between when I print a character and how much time has passed between that character and the next one. So it's like this interesting little delta of leftover time. It's tracking, but yeah, it's tracking something dumb is sort of what's going on here. I've like recalculated. There we go. Yeah, that's exactly right, man. It's sort of like this little catch-up that we're doing. Right. There's a little bug there. We have this extra thing. It's not needed, and this demonstrates that it's not needed at all. The only time it would be needed, yeah, it looks. I'm impressed with how good it looks. So I can actually get rid of this leftover time. So here's the thing. I moved my last render time down here. All right. So we actually only render down here. All right, and let's get rid of leftover time. Let's swap this back in this way. Let's break everything. Can no longer serialize this. It's a getter. And characters to render is actually just seconds past. I get rid of my leftover time. Like this, and we just say if we're not going to render anything, do nothing. Otherwise, we render some stuff, and then we update our last render time. Okay, so this is sort of the fix. Let's actually see if this looks reasonable. Make sure I have characters per minute 60. Let's try it. Again, it's characters per second. What's going on here? Oh, it's because characters per minute. Oh, characters per minute is just like a very, very wrong. That's funny. Characters per minute is just not what I want. I really want this to be characters per second. Otherwise, I have to put in like 4,000 characters per minute. I thought that might be nice to do, characters per second. There we go. So we'll let the player have, and potentially you could have a settings menu where you let the player set the speed of the text. All right, let's go with 120. Character, sorry. Why am I so sad? Oh, what? I don't. I think this didn't let me change this. All right. I don't think I can actually update this at runtime. Is that what's going on? So what I need to do, there's one, that's the bug. That's the bug. We need to set this here. All right, so if there's nothing in our queue, essentially last render time is equal to time dot time. This would be one way to do it. I could also set it up here when we in queue. To say if our thing happened to be empty. Okay. There we go. Stop dodging me, Dark Knight. There we go. Okay, okay, we got it. We got it. Hey. All right, let's do a commit. Let's do a commit. Get rid of some of this gunk. Get rid of some of that gunk there. All right, and then we sort of want to stutter some more. Let's do a commit here. We made some progress. We're gonna do a commit. I've been going for what, almost 2 hours, a little over 2 hours actually. I need to take a break. We're gonna do a 90-second break, I think. 90-second break. You're gonna get people to stretch. We're gonna do a nice stretch, take care of ourselves. I'm out of coffee. I've been out of coffee for a little while. I'm almost out of water. I'm gonna do a commit. I'm gonna get some water. And we're going to do a stretch. We're gonna do some stretching. What change did I make to dice group? What are you talking about? There's white space difference? Oh, undo that. I don't need that. Discard change. Okay. Combat controller. Combat log renderer. All right. Is there anything? Let's do some formatting here, though. Don't need that. Don't need that. Format document. Here, I have an idea. There's something I've been wanting to try. Maz, thank you so much for this follow. Have a beautiful day, my friend. I hope you keep on coding, keep growing those skills. And as always, you're welcome back anytime. Hope to see you again soon. Take care. Thank you for all the suggestions. I want to try something. Real quick. Let's go to OpenAI. I've been wanting to do this. All right. You gotta log in here. I'm curious how this will do. I've been toying with this idea. All right, we're gonna come in here, do some text completion. We're gonna take our whole file here, go to our playground. All right, add XML documentation comments to the C# code. All right. Let's see, 3,000. I'm gonna go get coffee, and I will be right back. I'll be right back. Watch it write my documentation for me though. But I'm gonna get coffee, I'm gonna get water, and I will be right back. All right. All right. We're back. We're back. Or a small timer script for updating text in game dev way and posted it on Discord. Ooh, awesome. Let's check it out. And then we're gonna see how our documentation came out. Unity update method, I did catch that. And queues the provided attack result to the render queue. Time when the last character was rendered, number of characters to render per second. Queue used to store characters that need to be rendered. Used for output, it like knows about. All right. So this documentation is not too bad. We're gonna still that, dump it in there, and we're gonna check out Moonniz's code. All right, so now at least we have a little bit of documentation here. Let's make sure it shouldn't have rewritten any of our actual code. Is a class used to render combat log to a TextMesh Pro UGUI text area. Yeah. All right, I'm happy with that. Oh, I was in the middle of committing. I gotta actually commit. All right, let's actually get a commit in. But yeah, Mooniz, we're gonna check it out. Thank you so much for doing that. I want to make sure format. This is put in here. Combat controller format before we do a commit. Get rid of this white space. All right, let's make sure my combat scene needs to be saved. I didn't save my combat scene. Save. All right, now we'll add these in. Well, I don't like that. The following paths are ignored. That was interesting. Okay. Chore or feat. Implement first draft of combat log renderer. First version. Sync that up. Mooniz, let's check it out. Because I think shouldn't optimize prematurely. That's like a good suggestion to have. All right, so Mooniz did a small timer for updating text. Let's check it out. Writes text on screen. All right, so we have the text mesh that we need to add in there, and then we have the characters per second. Line break time, cool. String builder, all right, nice. I considered using a string builder. I thought it might be a little bit better to use. Okay, good to know. Current text and line break time aren't used. But the idea here, you're still using update. I was actually thinking you're going to use invoke interval to do it. So you're still using the update, which it's a little bit surprising to me. Yeah, so you cache that in there. That's something that I could have done as well. I'm assuming this is like spacebar. So you can like pause it. Yeah. Timer. We increase our timer time. Cool. Yeah. So this was a different option here. It's like we have our timer add a delta time to it, right? So one thing I really like about what you have here is you could write a timer class, right? You can write a timer class that says although it is not hard coded, but it's specific to the problem that we're solving here. I think it allows us to be a little bit more general in writing a timer class. So a timer class I think would be really nice. One thing let's take a look here. All right, so rather than doing it every frame, ITC asked, do you think it's worth creating your own renderer? I've only used Inky for dialogue before, which is pretty cool. I was gonna use it in my game. It depends. It depends on, so it's a good question. There's pros and cons to doing it, right? So if you make your own renderer, you have to make your own renderer. That's the biggest con is you have to make your own renderer, and debugging your own renderer can be like super gnarly and hard to do. Using someone's existing code that's been debugged and is, has lots of documentation and other people have used it can be really, really helpful. So what do I want my renderer to do that an existing renderer cannot do? And a lot of times it might be the case, it's like, oh, well, I can extend, if they've written it in a way, you might be able to just extend someone else's renderer. So just so you know, I'm not making my own renderer. These things are kind of misnamed, I suppose. I'm using renderer to describe something that knows how to essentially draw stuff onto the screen, and I'm just using Unity components to draw onto the screen. Good question, but we're gonna do some stretches here. We have been going here for almost 2 hours without getting a lot of blood flow here. So everyone, I'm gonna encourage you to do a little bit of stretching with me. If you're at work, encourage your coworkers to stretch with you too. But as a programmer, as a developer, it's so important to take care of your body. You don't always realize it, but when you sit at a desk all day, when you use a keyboard all day, your body is getting treated kind of rough in weird ways. So you want to try to avoid what are called repeated stress injuries, RSIs. And so carpal tunnel, it can lead to carpal tunnel. They can lead to all sorts of problems. So what we're going to do is I'm going to do 5 minutes, maybe 5 minutes-ish of stretching here. But we're going to stretch out. So I have carpal tunnel on my right hand, which sucks, but we're going to stretch out various muscles. So I'm going to encourage you, join me if you can. You don't have to do the same stretches as I do, but you can if you want to. So we're going to go ahead and grab your fingers here, put your hand straight out, and you're just going to pull back here, and you're trying to stretch this muscle out here. And we're going to do a 30-second stretch here. All right. ITCC says, okay, thanks for your answer. That's definitely helpful. So far, Inky has the stuff I would want for dialogue, but I guess if I ever want something more custom, I can look into creating my own system. I hurt my hip somehow yesterday, Muna says, when climbing, hard to stretch today. Ooh, that sounds rough. So that was good. We got that one left. We're switching now to our right. What were you climbing? Just rock climbing, Muniz? Or what were you climbing up? By the way, I love rock climbing. It's been a while since I've done it, but I absolutely love rock climbing. Muniz says, bouldering indoors, nice. I got super into, this was years ago when I was living in Massachusetts, before I moved to Connecticut. When I was living in Massachusetts, I used to go rock climbing three nights a week. And I absolutely loved it. I got super into lead climbing. Have you ever done any lead climbing? Is it lead climbing? Yeah, it wasn't top rope. So I started with top rope, got into bouldering, and then lead climbing was the best. Ooh, that felt good. Shake it out a little bit. We're gonna do the inverse, the opposite stretch there for now. We're gonna pull down here. So you're gonna take your fingers, you pull down, and you should feel it along this part of your forearm. All right, so we're gonna pull down here, get that nice and stretched out. And then we're gonna do 30 seconds on that one. Ooh, that feels good. That feels good. We gotta take care of our bodies. If you wanna be a programmer, you gotta take care of yourself like a programmer, or better than a programmer, I suppose. Ooh, yeah, that feels good. 5 more seconds here, and then we're gonna switch here. Oh, that's great. And shake it out a little bit. Switch to the other hand, doing the right hand now. Grab those fingers, pull down. You don't want to hurt yourself when you're stretching. So if you're feeling pain, you're pulling too hard, go ahead and stop. Don't hurt yourself. But you should definitely feel it stretching it a little bit. Make sure your forearm is straight. Not necessarily an elbow locked, but straight, and so you can feel it. You should feel it sort of going all the way up your arm a little bit. in the forearm a little bit, and then up into, shouldn't necessarily fit all the way in the shoulder, but going past the elbow for me is where I'm feeling it. Yeah, so outdoor rock climbing is super fun. Super fun. I currently live in Arizona. There's some awesome rock climbing here. I want to get back into it. All right, we're gonna shake that out there. Ooh, feels good. Feels good. Now we're gonna do some shoulder rolls. So we're gonna do four, probably just four each. Four back, four forward. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and go back on the right side. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then I'm just gonna roll forward. 2, 3, 4. Let's switch to the other one. We're gonna do back, 2, 3. Ooh, I'm gonna do this one a couple more times. Yeah, I got something crunchy going on in this one, which has been good. A little bit, not crunchy's not the right word, but a little bit. I can feel that stretch better, and there's a little something that it's working out in there. All right, and go forward on that one. Oh, all right. Got some nice stretches in. Got some nice stretching in. Let's get our screen back up here. So yeah, I'm trying to take care of myself better. My streams are longer, so I've been doing stretches on them. But thank you for hanging out. And for enduring my stretch, I'm gonna go ahead, let's see. Can I do this? Thank you all for being here. Oh, I did wrong. Add points, all 50. All right, thank you all so much for being here. 26 users, that's not true. And there's a lot of bots here apparently. But thank you all so much for being here. Thank you for enduring that stretch with me. I'll give you a little bonus there. So I did happen to add a little, I got stream elements working with points, I think. And I've added, you can redeem some stuff with those points if you want, but it's just my little thank you to you guys for hanging out here, making this so much fun for me. Boogie Zolo, do you want me to murder the bots? We got to figure out how to get rid of them. I don't know. They're not hurting. They're not hurting, but I need to figure out which ones are the bots, and you can sort of like say, don't give points to bots. Robo Gino. Smab, I'm glad to hear you're all stretched out. Glad to hear you're all stretched out. Okay, so what's next here? So we got our text coming through. I think I'm gonna stop that there. Let's go look at our sign on. What were our goals today? All right, so we added combat info output to the combat scene. Excellent. We're gonna explore adding in a rounds system to our combat. We're gonna explore adding in a round system to our combat. Right now, you could make a very, very strong argument that there is no combat happening here, and that would be highly accurate. All right, so we went in over here. We're gonna come to our model, and we're gonna create a new. Have we created a combat? We have a combat controller, but not an actual combat. So we're gonna create a new folder here called combat. All right, and that's probably where our iCombatant should go. What is the class that can combat manager? There we go. Namespace adventure quest.combat public class combat manager. All right. All right, so in our combat manager, what are we doing? For now, I'm gonna restrict our combat to be between two combatants, a player combatant and so that there's gonna be a character. Okay, so we're gonna have a public character. Player like this. All right, character Unity, build for me. With the power of Unity, we can build, and we go ahead and import that in. So we got our player, and then we also public iCombatant. It's gonna be the enemy. We're gonna call it enemy or enemy. I guess we'll call it enemy. I don't know how I feel about that at this exact moment. All right, but we'll have an enemy. Maybe, you know, maybe we want more than just a player and an enemy. Maybe we want a list of combatants. Maybe that makes more. Let's not get overly complex, though. Big old talk about, not a big old talk, a nice conversation happened about nice. I don't know if nice words right at it. There's a conversation. Let's rewind here a little bit. There is a conversation about allergies happening here. And it sounds rough. I am a very, very fortunate person that I've never actually had allergies. I feel like I've never really experienced allergies, but I know my partner has, and a lot of other people I know have. Player and enemy. All right, so a combat manager is sort of going to ask, I swear I think the list of characters makes sense. All right, so we need this idea here of a round result, and we sort of need to like a process round method. So the idea is our combat is played over a series of rounds. Each round is going to have a result, and then we have sort of like a process round method that's going to sort of figure out how to handle it. So let's add in a new file here, round results. And we'll still this namespace and class declaration a little bit. Round results. Okay. Have that build for us. Round result cannot be found. It should be. Let's return null. There it goes. Return null. And the idea is we should need to keep track of who's next. Who's next? So we're gonna have a list. Yeah. So we're gonna have a list. It's gonna be a private. I'm gonna keep track of whose turn it is. Yeah, so I'm gonna have a queue of iCombatants. Turn queue. So we're gonna have a queue of the turns for our combatants. And when we create this thing, it'll be initialized. We'll make it read only. Okay. And almost need this idea of an agent. Why can't I? There it goes. So when it's a combatant's turn, we need to figure out how to handle that turn. Need to be able to handle lurk. Feel free to lurk. I always enjoy the lurkers. Good luck with your art. Good luck with your art. I'd love to see what you're working on. Anyone who doesn't know ITC Studios, it's easy. It's easy. Just click that follow button that's up there on your screen right now. Take a look. Take a look at the chat. Click that follow button. Give them some love. Give them some love. Of course, ITC, thank you for being here. Thank you for being here. All right, field should go first. And we're gonna have a combat manager is gonna take in we're just gonna have the player and enemy for now. I character, player, combatant. Enemy. Enemy is going to be our enemy. And let's do a little bit of a debug.assert here using system. Debug system dot assert. How do I do asserts here? Was that part of Unity? C# debug dot assert. Where does this come from? Diagnostic, system.diagnostics. Diagnostic. Debug.assert. So we're going to assert that player is not equal to null. And they are player should not be null. And then let's also assert enemy. Enemy should not be null. And when we process around, we sort of need to decide how that should work. And so part of me is wondering whether or not this queue should have a move or a player's move, right? Lucky I live in Walkiness to Hob, the only one that was allowed to do shots in the whole area. That's crazy to me. Gee, that's so crazy. I'm very glad. I'm very glad you're walking distance from it. Allergies sound awful. All right, so we got this combat manager, enemy player, process around. The idea here. All right, so when we boot up, we sort of need to see the turn queue here. All right, so the turn queue we're gonna initialize, and so we're gonna do a roll here for our initialize. So let's actually say public void is not the right thing I want, but initial begin initialize combat like this. All right, so we're gonna have this little thing that says like this is sort of called when the combat begins. It's gonna do initialization for us. So let's create a new thing, initialization result. .cs, or maybe I even just need this idea of like a combat result. Let's go with combat results.cs. All right, so combat results. Put this in here. Combat result. So we have a combat result. Combat result's just going to have the core thing of a combat result is it needs to have a string description, or even just result. Like this. So the core idea of the combat result allows us to build up. Yeah, and so I'm gonna have like this combat result thing that sort of builds itself up here. Okay, so public combat result, and it's gonna have this private list of strings that it's gonna build up. It's gonna be building up sort of these messages as we go. Messages. All right, we'll make this read only. And we're gonna have a method that is for convenience. You'll notice we're using a little bit, this is a combat result is essentially a builder that allows us to like build up a result for a combat. So add public add, we're just gonna do, yeah, add message. Maybe we just keep it as add string message. And this is just gonna go to our list here. No, I can't do that. This isn't Haskell, I have to tell it what I want it to do. Okay. So it takes in strings and adds them there, and then the description really is just going to come down to string.join these with new lines. So I have like this really, really simple builder thing here. ITC, if you have any art or anything you want to promote or show off, feel free to do so. Give me a second here. I have to make you immune to the bot here. Give me a second. I would love for you to promote your stuff. If you have links, there are certain, it's a little bit, maybe I should just turn my spam filter off, but give me a second. Don't post it just yet. Don't post it just yet. I gotta give you the immunity. There's a chat command that I don't remember. Permit, there it is. Permit. I wish I could set it so it was longer than 60 seconds. All right. Here we go. That's what we're gonna do. You're a VIP, which I think makes you immune to the spam filter. So give it a shot. I think you're immune from the spam filter. But we're gonna give you some VIP protections for now. But yeah, you got immunity for now. For now, you have immunity. But use it with care. Anyway, where were we? All right, we're building this combat result, and this is sort of a look. We're following the builder pattern. It just doesn't say build. Instead, description is our build. And I think this should be messages. Message. All right, at the end of the day, it's going to be message. All right, and now in initialize combat, we can do the following. We're going to say this needs to return a combat result. Combat result. Please let me return a combat result. Got to return back here. Boo. This makes sense though. For convenience, so you could have multiple messages changed together one after another. Let's take a look at what ITC Studios has going on real quick. ITC Studios. Let's pull this up. Ooh. This is nice. What type of game are you making? Tell us a little bit about the game you're making here. I love this art style. This reminds me of Ninja Turtles, the arcade Ninja Turtles with like the way, or what is the Double Dragon? It reminds me of that. This is like a Double Dragon style side-scrolling beat 'em up. That's awesome. That's awesome. This looks. This art style. Is this all your original art? This art style looks so sweet. Oh. I am always jealous. Jealous is not the word. Envious? Is jealousy and envy, is it better to be envious or jealous? I have a great envious is the word. I'm envious. I'm not jealous. I think envious. I'm envious of your artistic abilities here. I wish I could make art like this. And I know it comes with practice, right? It comes with lots and lots of practice, and I just haven't put it in. But man, that's awesome. All of my art is open game art stuff or AI generated. Beautiful artwork, man. Congratulations. Nicely done here. Okay. Initialize combat. So what we're going to do here is we're going to have a combat result. Result equals new. So we're going to create a combat result at the beginning. At the end, we're just going to return that result. And as we go through, we can initialize it. So we're going to have a little roll. We're going to roll for initiative. Okay, so this is where, so the first thing we do is return queue.clear. So when we initialize combat, the turn queue gets cleared. And our player and enemy are gonna, all right. Oh, capital E, enemy. Enemy appears. Ah, if only I could type correctly. An enemy appears. Yeah, thank you for sharing that lovely, lovely work. So an enemy appears. And now when we initialize, we're gonna roll. We're gonna roll to do this. All right, so player enemy is a lot cuter than enemy. I agree. I agree. I agree, Mooniz. We're on the same page. You and I are on the same page, but it's everyone else in the world. Everyone else is, those are the judgmental people. Those are the judgers of we. And unfortunately, I'm letting them get to me. I'm letting them hold me down. So we're gonna roll here for initiative. So we're gonna do an ability roll. All right, so we're gonna do the following. We're gonna create an ability roll. Ability roll. Initiative roll. All right. So everyone follows the same sort of initiative roll. Nope, not what I want. Import, give me that dice. Ability roll is initiative roll. All right, so the ability roll is gonna be initiative roll 1d20 plus ability dot. We're saying which one do you, dexterity or agility or both? What do people think? Dexterity is how like good you are with your like hands, how fast you can move your arms, how dexterous you are. Agility is like more of like acrobatics type stuff. Should our initiative be both a combination of dexterity and agility, or one or the other? One or the other? What do people think? Because you can be dexterous but not agile, right? Yeah, so agility is sort of speed. But we could also be like, well, our initiative roll could also be sort of like, oh, our perception's thrown in there because it's like, how aware were you of your surroundings, right? So another idea is like, well, maybe perception is part of it. Someone who's good with acrobatics is agile. Not necessarily dexterous, right? Dexterity and agility are different. In my game, dexterity and agility are different. Dexterity is like how well you can wield a weapon, how precise, like precision stuff. Agility is more like, you know, if someone's attacked. So for example, my icon bat, the way I've decided to do your rolls is the attacker gets a dexterity bonus. That's how precise they can be with something. Whereas the agility is how quickly someone can move out of the way or like dodge a thing. Dexterous is how precise you might be able to be. Dexterity would sort of like let me lean to the side again one more time. But also I think perception could have a little bit in there too. It's like, were you aware of your surroundings? Were you aware of your surroundings? We'll go with, and then we're gonna have these characters roll. So we're gonna say int player roll is our initiative roll, modify dot roll, and it's going to take in our player dot abilities. I want to add something to our roll here. Public int roll has abilities. Anything that has abilities can do a roll. Base roll. This is just going to forward to roll has abilities dot abilities. All right. I want to be able to just pass my player in here. So anything that has abilities, you can roll for that thing. And then we'll have int enemy roll. All right, ITC, enjoy your lurking. Hope you get something tasty to eat. I'm also feeling a little bit, I don't want to say, I am far from famished. Moonist says, I just realized the way I'm currently breaking out just adding components. That's sort of how a lot of the stuff I'm doing here, right? So that my ability system, my character system, this is why I've been trying to like keep things separated in nice namespaces, because it might make sense to break those out into their own assemblies. If they're isolated, it might make sense to break those out into their own assemblies, then you could drop that in anywhere without having to take the whole source, the whole base, the whole code base with you. All right, so we're gonna say, depending on whose role is higher, so we're gonna give the player, if the player's greater than or equal to enemy, player's gonna break the ties. Player's gonna break the ties on this one. Either that or we can have them roll again. What do people think? If there's a tie, do we have them roll? Or have a coin flip? Ooh, we could even have like a surprise roll. That's an interesting idea here. We could have a surprise roll. Do a perception roll. Tie goes to the person with higher agility. Boogie, I love that. I love that. All right. Highest agility. What about a tie in that case? Highest agility is math. Well, we gotta pick one of them. Interesting. And then what if it's tied there? So you keep going down all the way. All right, what I'm gonna do here, consider using, I love this idea, agility to break ties. And if that is tied, flip a coin. Flip a coin. So we sort of like, one of the things you could do is add in an abilities extension, right? So we add in an extension that says fastest. So one of the things I could do in combat, we're going to do combat extensions. All right, so combat extensions. Combat extensions. It's going to be a static class. Combat extensions. And we're going to say fastest, right? So we have a public, static, iCombatant. Or we could do even iCombatant. Find fastest. And this is going to take in a set of people that you want to do. So it's going to be a params, iCombatant, options, or combatants. And it's going to figure out which one of these is the fastest. All right, so it's going to figure out which one of these is the fastest. And we're going to say whichever one has the highest agility is the fastest. Okay, so we're gonna find the ones with the highest agility. Get Unity to compile this for us and yell at us. Yell at me, Unity. I need you to tell me what I've done wrong. All right, it compiled. And we're gonna find the combatant who's the fastest here. All right, so we're gonna say, we're gonna start. Yeah. So we're gonna do the following. We're gonna find the biggest one. Kind of need to shuffle this. Is there a shuffle? It's import link. Using system.link. Illuminati. Welcome back, my friend. Happy Saturday. Happy Saturday. What's wrong with my brain? I can't get the day right. Happy Monday. Thinks it's a Saturday or a Sunday. It's actually driving me a little bit crazy. I keep doing that all morning. I've been doing that. But yeah, happy Monday, my friend. Happy Monday. I forget the day, time of the week. The whole reason I say happy Monday is happy X day, whatever day it happens to be, is to keep my brain knowing what day it is, because I can never remember. All right, so we're gonna find the fastest here, and so we're gonna add a little comment. Finds the given a list of given a set of param ref name combatants, determines which one is the fastest and returns that param ref name returns that C ref I combatant. Is that what I want? Let's look at this documentation comment. Combatant returns that. What did I do wrong here? It should be C ref here. What do I do on? Gotta go look at some other code. All right, now let's look up. I've done this documentation style before. I know how to do documentation. Dipole. C, that's what we're looking for. C ref I combatant. All right, so we're gonna, given a set of combatants, determines which one is the fastest and returns that I combatant. Fastest is determined by the highest agility score. If there is a tie, the one is selected. There's a tie, one is selected uniformly at random. All right, so that's sort of what we're going to define here. We're going to find the fastest. To get that uniformly at random bit, I'm gonna sort order by. Is there a shuffle? There isn't. All right, so we're gonna order by. We're gonna take in the key. So here's how I'm gonna order them. I'm just gonna shuffle them in the following way. Shuffle it in the following way. Essentially, I want to get a random number here. All right, so we're gonna need like a source of randomness. No. Order by, yeah. So we need to shuffle them, and I need just like a random number here. But so the idea is, normally you would specify a thing to sort them with, but we're gonna just shuffle them. This is gonna randomize them for us. And to find a random thing, I need private, static, read only, random, RNG. All right, that's gonna be our system.random. All right, so we have like this global random thing that we're gonna use to generate random, and we're just gonna say RNG dot next double. All right, so it's gonna just randomly sort these things. That's what it's gonna order by some random number. So this should quote unquote shuffle it. All right, so it's gonna shuffle these, and then I want to find the max. All right, so I want to find the max. So I'm gonna take in a combatant. I'm gonna do c.abilities.score on ability.agility. And then we're gonna take the first, this takes the max, and so we just return this. For max, takes in a source and a function that is our selector. Oh, oops. T source T results. So this is returning, what is, let's figure out our types here. I think it's an INumerable. of iCombatant. Combatants. Boogie, we've all been there. We've all been there. Boogie says, I've been debugging an issue for the past 45 minutes. Just realized that I was because of a simple typo. We've all been there. We've all been there. Here, let me see if this will help. Let's give you a here's some sympathy points. Give you some sympathy points. I hope that helps. Hope that helps. All right, so this is returning a list of those, and then I sort of thought max. Is this returning? This should return just an iCombatant. But it appears that it's returning in. Does max take in? All right, so we have an order by. Take in two, A and A. B goes to A. But yeah, congratulations on finding your bug though. Finding your typo. Why doesn't Max want to do what I want? Let's go look at okay. Order by, let's go look at C# link Max. What are the types we can take in here? So I invokes a transform function on each element of the generic sequence and returns the maximum resulting value. Biggest one based off of agility, but I don't want to lose the type. So I don't want to transform. Returns a maximum value in the sequence of single values. All right. Of doubles, of decimals. One thing I could maybe do, so I could do this. I don't like this. I don't like this. So we're going to take our combatant and we're going to turn it into a pair. And we'll see if we can fix this. Say I need to have my C dot abilities dot score on my ability dot agility. Agility, and then my combatant. So I could do this. Let's import ability here. And then here I have a pair that is like my ability score, and then the actual combatant. And oh no, this isn't working either. Why can I not find the maximum in this way? Turns the maximum value in a generic sequence. Turns the maximum value in a generic sequence. I need a comparer. Okay, so I need to put in a comparer. So my source and my comparer. All right, so what does a compare look like? Chandu says, ChatGPT is better docs than Google now. Oh, I missed. I think I have been relying too much on tutorials telling me how the code should look, so when I need to add, I get stuck. Yeah, that's one of the challenges with tutorials. You're not often generating. So one of the biggest things, especially when you're learning to program, and for years to come, is generating those things yourself. And so this is why, you know, in my students, I always say, don't copy and paste, or at the very least type it out, but challenge yourself to do things beyond it. And I think that's exactly what you're doing. And so that's good. And it's just, the brain isn't a muscle, I think, but it in my mind, a lot of times it feels like a muscle. So I need an eye comparer. All right, so we're gonna come back here. I really want, A comma B to go to A. This is like what I want. Equals 5. ICombat does not take 2 arguments. I need an I comparer. Can I implement an I comparer? C# I comparer comparer from lambda. In .NET, you can use the static method create. Okay, compare t.create. Okay, so I want to do comparer of type ICombatant dot create combatant goes to c dot abilities dot score of ability dot agility. I'm getting closer. C0 C1. And then let's just for funsies we'll say C0. What is this method expecting? Create takes a comparison. A comparison is a function of T0, C1, and it returns an int. Okay, it returns an int. So if I return like 0 here. Max. Can I convert to what is all right, well, let's see real quick. Can I do this? Let's go away. Go away, you. Comment this out just for now. I need something of type comparer. That one is just hard for me to type. Combatant. Compare agility is equal to this. All right, and we're gonna say, okay, so I have a comparer. Really want this. All right, so I have a comparer. So we can compare 2 things together. And apparently my max method that's fair, Mooniz, that's fair. It is so the reasons it's slower is because it builds what are called thunks. It's like lazily evaluated. It's lazily evaluated. But this really shouldn't be that bad. It's a good thing to learn. It's a good thing to learn. Can I not do comparer here? Comparer in my max. So the idea here is that if you're doing it, so here's what I'll say. If you're doing it over big data sets, yes, it's actually quite a bit slower. This find fastest should be over like, you know, the thought is this should be over a small number of things. Order by. So max, it looks like max. Good call. That's fair. That's fair. I absolutely should mention that it is a little bit slower, but it can be nice for readability. I guess I cannot. Apparently I can't do this anyway. In this version of C#. It's like driving me mad here. What the heck does max even do on this here? This doesn't make any sense. iCombatant. How do you even compare these? That's weird. I don't get that. We shuffle them. All right, we're gonna shuffle them. And this is an iterator, so var shuffled for each iCombatant combatant in shuffled. We're gonna shuffle them all. We're just gonna find the best one. Gonna find the best one. So we're gonna say that initial result, so iCombatant result is gonna be our first one. So shuffled dot what do we do? Shuffled. Oh, this should be dot to as enumerable. All right, shuffled dot as well. Interesting. Let me get the first. All right, just gonna get the first one out. And all we're gonna say, yeah, so Link can slow things down a lot. So if you go and watch my videos for Advent of Code, there's a couple big ones where Link really slowed things down because you had these giant data sets. If result if result dot abilities dot score ability dot agility is less than combatant dot abilities, and this is dot value dot score ability dot agility dot value. Score, not score. Then result is equal to combatant. All right. Okay. Well, there we go. Oh, I could do this. All right. Here's what I want to do. We're gonna first shuffle it, and then we're gonna order by descending. See, here we go. Combatant. Here's what I'm gonna do. Return, and then this will just be first. Did my stream drop? Sorry. The rainstorm's killing me over here. Okay. Here's what we got. All right, so first we shuffle it, then from that shuffle we order descending, and then we take the one that's at the beginning should not be essentially non-deterministic. All right, glad we're back. But that's how we're gonna do. Find fastest here. That. All right, that took way too much time. All right, so Boogie Zolo, thank you so much for taking us, for your suggestion to consider how to do tie breaking using agility rather than just, giving it to the player. That let us devolve a little bit into this fun little extension that we wrote. So thank you so much for that. I appreciate it. I really do. I really do appreciate it. All right, so now we're gonna say iCombatant fastest is gonna be our combat extensions dot find fastest between our if they're a tie. If they're a tie. Corpless reporting for duty. Fastest between our player and our enemy. Meeting was good. Glad to hear it. Okay. Else, if player role, and in fact, oh my goodness, I'm hating this so much right now. Player roll is greater than enemy roll. Then turn queue dot in queue player, and then turn queue dot in queue enemy. I should probably just do my whole initiative in here like that. So I'm really kind of upset about. Upset's not the right word, but disappointed in myself for not recognizing this ahead of time. We have the fastest. What I should do is I should enqueue whoever's the fastest. But here we're gonna say here we want to get iCombatant this is actually just gonna return the order to array. We're gonna get them back. Whenever that's returns orders returns an array an array ordered with the fastest cref iCombatant first. Ordered with the fastest combatants first. Okay. There we go. Good, Core. Yeah, that's the whole reason I do I record to YouTube is because Twitch doesn't, that's why I stream to YouTube. Twitch doesn't keep us from our VODs much longer than, I think, 14 days, 7 days, something like that. Longer if you happen to be an affiliate, I think. But yeah, this is going to sort this and give us it back as an array. So now we can actually say if they're equal. That's what I'm saying here. We should this should probably be determine initiative here. Shuffle them. And then here, yeah, I'm not sure what I want to do here specifically. There's some code here that I feel like should be refactored. Yeah, so I only get 7 days. I'm not an affiliate, so I should only have 7 days. But we're on day 15, so the VODs go all the way back to the beginning if you check them out on the YouTube archive. But yeah, we made some good progress today on our added a little text thing there. Now we're sort of exploring. We're exploring how we might do combat here. So if they're equivalent, I need to figure out who's the fastest. This will be iCombatant order is equal to combat extensions dot find fastest between our player and our enemy. So if there's a tie, we're gonna do the following. We're gonna do the following. Combat order. For each iCombatant C in order. I'm just gonna put this directly here. We're gonna do turn q.inqc. We're gonna put them into our list there. I really am hating this. And then lastly, we do it this way. All right. So really, I think find fastest should do all of this work for us anyway. Right, so it kind of should include this role, and then have the tiebreaker, and then down here, Sharma, welcome aboard. It's going well. It's going well. We're having a beautiful Monday. Happy Monday. It's actually storming a bit here where I am, but that doesn't mean it's not beautiful. It's just wet and beautiful. It can be wet and beautiful, right? So here are the results. We want to get the person who's first in the list. All right. And so we're going to say turn q.peak. So we're going to look at the first thing in the list, iCombatant, first to act. And of course, wet and beautiful. Gorgeous. It's gorgeous here in the desert. Especially when it rains in the desert, that's when it's the most beautiful. So an enemy appears, and then we're going to put a thing in here that says, whoever's first to act, not name. So an enemy appears, and then the first item is so-and-so spot what were we gonna say? So-and-so is the Dross first. I don't know what to put here. Where did water come from in a desert, or is it ice desert? No, it's not an ice desert. It's not a dessert. Where did water come from in the desert? It comes from the sky. It comes from the sky. It's where most water comes from. I don't know if that's true. It's an ice desert. It's an ice dessert. Here we go. Moves to act. All right. So let's see here. All right. So I have this initialized combat thing here. So in our scene, when the scene starts up, I want to, let's see if this can load here. We're gonna add this into our scene a little bit so we can see what happens. When the scene starts up, it's gonna send these things to we're gonna initialize combat. All right. So our combat controller should have a combat on it. That's true, Any Mortal Kid. Any Mortal Kid says Antarctica is the largest desert. Corbin's wah. Let's combat result. And let's see here. Our player character, enemy. So here we're gonna need a private combat manager. So when this thing starts up, something needs to trigger the combat manager to come into existence. So it's essentially when we have both our player and our enemy ready to go. Where is enemy coming from? So we need to be able to initialize that. So our combat controller. So our player's hooked in, and then our enemy controller has our combat controller, and that's where it gets it. All right, so when this thing has both a player and an enemy set, it's kind of ready to go, and that's when we'll initialize a combat manager. So something feels a little bit tricky here. Something feels a little bit off. There's a little, I'm smelling something, smelling a little bit of code smell here. That's telling me I need to do a little bit better, because we need both the player and the enemy at the same time to initialize this. Can we make a magical orb that detects the enemy incoming? We could. We could. We have, you know, we would call it the Eye of Zom is what in EverQuest, you play EverQuest, you could like summon an eyeball that you could control to move into dungeons, so that way you didn't have to send your character in. The Eye of Zom. So that's sort of what it reminds me of, a magical orb that can sort of like spot and see things around you. There's another one in the PvP game where it has like this magical energy that detects even invisible things around you. Yeah, the Eye of Zom. Really, really important spell to have when you're exploring dungeons in EverQuest. Yeah, so essentially I want some idea like this is I need to know when my enemy is set and when my player is set. So when both of them are non-null, just the enemy to start. So our combat starts once we have both of these things. So we're going to create a private iCombatant enemy. And this is going to be to get the enemy and set enemy equals value, and then our manager gonna be equal to new. So this is where that smell's coming from in my mind, is that I really, really want, cannot convert combat manager. Should be an I character. Oh, it's a character controller. It's a character controller. Player dot player character. This feels a little bit, you know, code smelly. So when I get my enemy, I set it. But really, I kind of want to have my... Something needs to send me my enemy and my player at the same time, is what this smell is telling me. And I should be able to sort of kind of drop these two things. And so I kind of think... Yeah, I'm not 100% sure what I want to do here, but there's a code smell here. So I'm going to put a comment in here. To do code smell should probably have an initialize. Should probably have an initialize method that is called somewhere. All right. So what's going to happen here now? We have our manager, and our manager is going to initialize combat for us. And then this is going to invoke some other things. So our combat manager needs to be an observable. Observable of combat. Really, it is an observable of combat results. All right. So whenever a combat result happens, we actually are going to say, okay, and here's a result. Yeah, on change dot invoke our result here. So this is for, so anyone who's watching this combat manager, when something happens, it sends it off to it. So we initialize this, and we should have an event here that we're going to register on. So we're sort of have an additional event on top. So the combat manager has a C# event. And the combat controller is part of Unity. It's going to have a Unity event. And the Unity event is going to just sort of propagate that off. And then our system, oh, we have that on combat event. Look, we already have it. Excellent. But the thing is, this is no longer an attack result. This should be a combat result. And so we'll comment this out just briefly. And our attack result is going to be sort of a subclass of combat results, I believe. I believe that's what we're going to do. And maybe we don't need it to be a subclass. I'm not 100% sure. And so before we initialize combat, we're going to add ourselves as a listener on the manager. So manager.onChange plus equals specifically when this happens, results. We're just gonna forward this off to our onCombat event.invoke result like this. All right. So when our manager reports something happens, we're gonna propagate that off as a Unity event. So our manager has C# events. Our controller, which is a mono behavior, has Unity events. So that allows us to wire them together. And I think this will allow us. Oh, hang on. We can't connect that yet. Our combat log renderer shouldn't take attack results. It's going to take in combat results. And this is going to be our message. Okay. Combat results. Okay. So let's see when I boot this up. Unity, build for me. Build me. Build me. Build. You're the builder, man. You got a null reference exception. Max Programming says, hey there, Max. Happy Monday, my friend. Welcome aboard. Welcome aboard. Happy to have you here. Happy to see you. Come on in. I always encourage questions. So if you since it's your first time here, it looks like, I am Captain Coder. It's Monday here. Yeah, it is Monday, 8:30 a.m. local time. But I'm a computer science teacher. We're building a project. We're prototyping. We're building components of an RPG game to figure out how we could potentially teach it. But I love to answer questions, so feel free to try and ask me questions about what I'm doing, any life, universe, anything you want. Can't promise I'll always answer them, but I'll do my best. Gotcha, exception. My assumption is that our has abilities, we're passing null to this thing, which is a little bit annoying. So we're passing null from our combat manager because we're initializing our enemy. What's interesting? So that's fascinating. Or player's null. This is what I was saying. Bummer. Okay, here we go. Here's what we're gonna do. I'm wrong here. We're not gonna initialize combat here. We're not even gonna initialize our. Take this away. This is a Cody smell. Oh, this is so frustrating. We gotta add this method in here. It says public void initialize combat, and it has to take in a player character or an I character, player, and an I enemy, and an I combatant enemy. And once we have that, we can do this. And this is sort of informing me something. I don't know what it's informing me, but it's informing me something. It's 9 p.m. where you are on a Monday. Nice to know you're a teacher. I'm 18. Well, welcome aboard. Yeah, the whole reason I stream is for my students so they can see the process. And I never intended to have an actual audience, but it's been super fun. So welcome aboard. I hope you enjoy your time here. But yeah, if you want to ask questions, feel free to ask questions. That's what we're here to do. Ha! Max, where did you learn Unity? That's what we're doing right now. I'm learning Unity. The answer to that question is I haven't learned Unity. The answer to that question is that's why I'm here. We're learning Unity because I'm teaching a class in which we're using Unity, and I need to know it well enough to teach it. I'm a versed programmer. I'd say I'm pretty solid programmer. Might even go so far enough to say that I'm a software engineer, whatever those two words mean together. But I'm learning the Unity engine so that way I can create projects. Leftover error. So I need to figure out, when do I call this thing? So like when my scene loads, I need to go find all of these things. So I think I need to go find my combatant and register myself on it, and get that information. Yeah, so I think I need the following thing here. So here, again, this is a weird smell. To do smell. I don't like this duplicate code /check. If enemy is not equal to null and player is not equal to null, initialize combat with player and enemy, and then similar. No, I'm hating this. Dot. These need to come from somewhere. And I think we need to just sort of come down into. Oh, I see what's happening. I see what's happening. These are things we need to register ourselves to listen here. Okay, I got it. Okay, so our combat controller needs to go down and find our observable character and our observable enemy. And then it says, whenever we set those things, we check, are we ready to initialize combat? So it has those two things inside of it. Okay, so in fact, I think I get rid of both of these. And this really is going to become our enemy controller.attack. So we're gonna pause that for now. In fact, I don't know if this thing is going to exist here. This just becomes player, and this just becomes enemy. All right. We don't have that. We just have a manager. Like this. And when we wake up, programmers do it not because it's easy, but because we think it's easy. That was that was the whole trap we fell into a bit ago, right? We were in our extensions that we wrote, our combat extensions. This ended up being a nightmare, even though it should have been easy. Okay, combat controller. When this thing wakes up, yes, here we go. All right, so when this thing wakes up, protected, void, awake. When this thing wakes up, it needs to go find the character controller and the enemy controller inside of it. It knows its children. It knows it's going to be containing a player character controller, or not a character, a character controller and an enemy controller on the inside. It's going to have those two things. So we're going to get rid of this. And we're going to go find them. So when we wake up, get component in children. We're going to go find our character controller. Okay. And then we also need to, hello? Do I need to import you? I want to import. This was a problem I had. I should never have written a type called character controller. And we also want to go get our combatant controller. Come on, combatant controller. So we're gonna get these two things. All right. And we're gonna register ourselves on them. Okay, so we're gonna get our controller. So this is going to be one of these controller care Victor. Do bar here. It's terrible today, Smab. It's never getting better. It's combat ant. It's a combat ant. 1000 over on YouTube. Thank you for choosing Captain Coders Academy. I know you have many choices when you're trying to learn coding in your streaming endeavors, so I appreciate you being here. So this is gonna be our enemy. Okay. And then we'll do a little bit of an assert. Character not equal to null. Could not locate character controller in children. And then we'll also do an assertion for our enemy. Could not locate combat ant controller in our children. And then now that we have these, we should have we can actually register ourselves on these. So let's close others real quick. Get our character controller here. And we have an event, right? We have an event. We don't have an event. Part of our observable character. This should be our observable character. And I bet we have an observable... we have an observable combatant, yeah. Observable combatant. Observable... VS Code helping me type the wrong things. 1000. Wait, can you guys see everyone's profile picture on YouTube? I'll show you what I can see. Here's what I see. I see this sort of blue picture here for you. But yeah, I can see profile pictures over there on the YouTube. Let us think here. 40 cents, 407. Thank you so much for the follow. Happy Monday, my friend. As always, you're welcome to lurk. You're welcome to lurk, but I love answering questions. Because we just try not to bamboozle me. All right, so now what I can do is I can say register on change. All right, so when this thing changes, check initialize. Check initialize. 40 cents. I just started my C++ class and started trying to figure out I'd hop in and try to learn something. But yeah, enjoy your lurk. Enjoy your lurk. Or init character. Okay, yeah, so this really is gonna be character. All right, and what we're gonna do here is this is gonna be our, oh, we don't have that. Yeah, character. Oh, we do need that. What a frustration. Private iCharacter player. And private iCombatant enemy. All right, so we do need to be able to do that still. Init player. And then our enemy on change is going to be init enemy. Okay. The order that happens, we don't know. Good question, 40 cent 407. 40 cent, I have errors right now. I have errors, so it's a little hard to show you. I am a computer science / programming teacher. I am in the process of design. I am creating a project for my students called Adventure Quest. So we are trying to... Adventure Quest is, at its essence, a text-based RPG adventure game. It's a text-based RPG adventure game. If you go to adventurequest.captaincoder.org, you can see sort of the project write-up. And it's designed to be an object-oriented design class. Object-oriented design class where you learn how to do object-oriented design, testing, unit testing in Unity, designing some user interface stuff, but most specifically using Unity events. All right, so this project isn't necessarily that I'm trying to make a full-blown RPG. It's that I'm trying to create a project for my students and understand the components. So the idea here is we're creating a project where we are exploring how to design an RPG game, how to design the components of the RPG game, and write them. But yeah, so we're doing that. And if you'd like to, we have a Discord channel that you're welcome to join, ask questions, see the latest, but feel free to join that Discord if you have any long-term questions, or if you want to give me feedback. I love the feedback. So we're gonna do a private void here, and this is gonna be init player, and this needs to take in an iCharacter player. Me, enemy. It's not an enemy, it's iCombatant. All right, and so what we're gonna do is we're gonna set the player equal to player, and then it's gonna set our enemy equal to enemy, and this is gonna actually be an add listener. Okay, and we actually want to do the following. We want to say if the player is not, if the player is there's a little bit of a thing I need to do here. To do. All right. We want to do the following. If initialize combat player and enemy. Initialize combat player and enemy. If player is null or you got to leave one because I'm not buying nitro. Interesting. That's a good question. I'm not actually 100% sure. I'm not 100% sure if it does. It requires a little bit. I wouldn't say it probably doesn't require more GPU, but it probably requires a little bit more CPU power because you're running the whole editor as well. So your whole editor, you're connected to the debugger and that stuff. I don't know that it's going to require more GPU. So we're in C#. In C# we cannot do that. So in C# things are not Boolean-esque values. All right. So in JavaScript and in C and C++, you can kind of do that because at the end of the day, in those we essentially are saying that it's like a number. You're basically it's checking whether or not it's 0, and that's just not the case in C#. All right. So it's because in C#, if I did this, player reference types are not truthy types, so an iCharacter cannot be treated like a Boolean. It has to be explicit in C#. And it keeps you from doing kind of dumb things if you do that, if you have that safety check there. All right, next we're gonna say if we've already initialized our manager. So if our manager is not null, then we're gonna do, well, actually, we're not gonna do a check. We're gonna do a debug.assert that our manager is not equal to null. Right, so we only want to initialize once. Yeah, so we only want to initialize once. All right, so if our manager is not null, something's gone terribly wrong. Attempted to initialize combat manager a second time. So there's like this interesting check here where although we're observing these players and they're changing, we need to like unregister ourselves on them when we go to initialize ourselves. All right. because these will actually propagate changes to the player to us as well. So this is why like there's this weird smelliness happening that I'm hating, and I'm absolutely hating. Okay. Rather than asserting this, what I could do is I could also add in a thing here. If manager is not equal to null, return. Yeah, but we'll do that. We'll do that. Manager not equal to null. Don't initialize again. I'm not sure if this is what I want. I feel like this is gonna cause a. I feel like it's gonna cause a weird bug later, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Anyway, let's see if we get our combat initialization message to happen. All right, moment of truth. Cross your fingers. There we go. A Dark Knight appears. Chica the Zlork moves to act. A Dark Knight appears. Dark Knight moves to act. All right, so we get our messages coming through as well. All right. I'm happy with that. Let's reattach this attack button. Let's reattach this me sane. And I'm gonna add in. Yeah. I feel like this is smelly still. Still got some smelly code in here for us. I don't like it. I don't like it. So our player attack, what we kind of want to do here is this should really be part of our combat manager. Combat manager. So our combat manager should process around. And for now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to do player just so we can get a thing here. So this isn't a round result, and this is a combat result. Combat result. All right, and I'm gonna be a little cheap here just to make sure it's working. Player do combat result is equal to player dot attack this, but we're gonna do this here so we can come in here, and this needs to be a combat result. All right, let's import this. And so the combat result, we built this previously, so we're no longer going to do this. The combat result is a builder, so we're going to actually have a combat result is equal to a new combat result. Max, thank you so much for stopping in, my friend. Thank you for being here. Have yourself a beautiful day. Have yourself a wonderful, beautiful day. As always, keep on coding, keep on growing, and you're welcome back anytime. We'll see you next time. Take care. Result.add. We're going to add this message here. We're going to do a little bit of a refactor to use our combat result builder. Like this. And so this just becomes result.add. We can swap this out. And we no longer return a new thing. We just return a result. Like that. So this is like our log. Like so. Return our results. Okay, I'm liking that. I'm liking that. So now we got that there. All right. All right. And then we got to return this result as well as invoke that we've changed. So we're going to onChange dot invoke with our results. Let's run it. My attack button's not going to do anything, I'm realizing. All right, so my combat controller now, player attack. Really, this needs to be like process round. Need to process round and process round. Gonna sort of sit around and wait for us to do things. But for now, for player attack, what I'm going to do is our manager dot process round. Like this. And so this should invoke a player attack. Water still exists as clear as crystals. All right, let's give it a shot. Let's give it a shot. I'm missing the context on that core, I think. All right, attack. Chica Zork attacks Dark Knight. The Dark Knight dodges the attack. Choose the attack. All right. Connects. The Dark Knight absorbed the blow, taking no damage. Bummer. All right, so I'm noticing a little bug here in our output as well. When we get in our combat renderer, get our combat renderer. Yeah, we got the text rendering pretty nicely. We're gonna enqueue this, and then at the end, render queue.enqueue. We're gonna enqueue a new line at the end of a result. All right. This is nice. I'm enjoying this. Boom! Take that, Dark Knight. Boom! Take that, Dark Knight. All right, sweet. All right. I'm pretty happy with this. Okay, we're gonna take another break. Oh, I should probably stop here. Okay, I'm gonna be responsible, I think. I'm gonna be responsible. I know it's a, all right, we're gonna take a break. I'm not gonna stop. We're gonna, can't stop, won't stop, right? Can't stop, won't stop. I'm gonna check in real quick. So my partner, she's been really sick, so I kind of want to see if she needs me. So I'm gonna take a break here, check in with my partner. I am out of coffee. I'm gonna get more coffee. I'm hoping I'll be back. But everyone, thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you for hanging out. I'm gonna take a break, and I will be back in 3 to 5 minutes. I think if she's asleep, we're gonna keep working. But I'm gonna be back here and get you guys an update on that. But when we get back, at the very least, I'm gonna do a commit and sign off just to go through that process. Otherwise, we're gonna keep going. But hang tight. I'll be back. All right, I am back. I am back for. I'm so. It breaks my heart. My partner is. I've never seen her sleep so much. I've never seen her sleep so much. I've never seen her this sick, and so it just makes me sad. Not COVID. Tested, came back negative. But she's just not feeling well. Something gnarly. I haven't gotten it. Hopefully I won't get it, but she's resting. She's still asleep. Doggo's here though. Dusty's here. Wanted to see us. Dusty, you want to say hello? He doesn't want to say hello. He wants me to play with him. Hello. Dad, what are you doing? Dad, pay attention to me. Pay attention to me. Come here. Oh, look at that stretch. Poor guy. Poor guy. Mom's all asleep. All right. Yeah, poor guy. Mom's asleep. Dad's talking to the wall. All right, but he's gonna take a nap in here with us, I think. You wanna come lay on your spot? You wanna come up here? Oh yeah, you lay there. You take yourself a nice little nap. We're gonna let Mom sleep. We have a dog bed. I have a dog bed over in the corner, and then we have a couch that's essentially a Dusty couch. It's that's Dusty's space. So little messy over here, but we got a couch for him over here, and then we got a dog bed over there for him. He likes to hang out in here with us. All right. Let's see if we can get back in here. Prefer cat, to be honest, Corfless. My partner, she is allergic to cats. We've thought about getting one. I think he would love to have a cat as a friend. But Karis is unfortunately allergic to cats. Okay, here we go. So what are we doing? Let's do a commit. Do a commit before we move forward, because things are working nicely. So we've got a work in progress that I'm happy about. Round results, we can get rid of this. Okay, and yeah, we've talked about getting a cat. I would love to have a cat for him. He's such a friendly dog that I think he'd love to have a cat to play with. But not a lot, so he doesn't want to play. Like, I want a cat to enjoy the space with. Share it to get rid of that. Let's do some formats here. Combat results. A little bit of space here. The constructor. Format. There we go. Combat manager. Combat extensions. Imports. Can I remove imports? No, I don't have that feature. Clean. Nope, don't have. I'd like to have a little thing that lets me automatically clean up my imports for me. Close all. Let's look through this. Combat log runner. Orfless says, anyway, have you noticed something on my Discord PFP? I'm not sure what PFP says. I hadn't noticed anything. Did you? Is it just the icon? The icon. You updated your. Did you update your icon? I know you were thinking about it. This is the same icon, isn't it? PFP. Sorry, I'm just mad. I haven't paid attention. Tell me, what is new? What did I miss? I don't want to be on the out. What did I miss, Core? What did I miss? I'm not sure. Here's this. Do that. Sorry, I'm adjusting my screen over here on the other side. The background moves? I'm so confused. I'm lost. I'm lost. Sorry. Oh, the profile picture. You did update it? Oh, okay. Good. If I click here, I'm like, I'm not seeing it. I feel so dumb. Okay. I don't see it. I'm sorry. I don't know. All right. All right. I'm getting a little too distracted. Let's get this commit and then we'll look. Then we'll look. Oh, I'm supposed to see. Oh, your profile picture. PFP stands for profile picture. Is that right? Well, I don't want to accidentally give out any of Core's information. I don't know what I'm doing. At this point, I've become bamboozled. All right, so we updated this. Is there anything in here that I should drop? Ability roll. I'm so sorry, Core, that I can't figure. I'm sorry that I can't figure out. I'm not, as everyone here knows, I'm not the smartest person. I like to feel smart, but I'm not. All right, so feature, implement first pass of combat manager. That's really a work in progress. I'm gonna commit it as a work in progress. All right, we're gonna sync that in. Okay. Let's take a look at my, what are my goals for today? Explore rounds. Okay. I'm gonna explore adding in rounds to the combat system. Oh, are you Corflish, you're 1,000? Or are you 1,000 on YouTube? Your profile picture's the same. Oh. Oh. I did not notice that. I'm not the most... Look, I'm not a noticeologist. I'm a programmer. I'm a programmer, not a noticeologist. I'm not going to noticeologist things. Combat manager. So the idea here is we want to be able to process the rounds. All right, so the process rounds. I found you. I can't. You've been in the YouTube chat a lot, and I can't believe I missed you. Core, you were around. Did you originally find me? Hang on, real quick. Dusty wants out of the room. There you go, buddy. Did you find me through Twitch originally, or through YouTube? All right, so essentially we want this idea of getting an agent to perform the round for us. So when we go to process a round, this needs to be an async. Is that right? The return type of an async must be void task T or an IEnumerable. Gotcha. YouTube just your extension. I was just curious. And I got to import. All right, so process round is asynchronous because we sort of need to be able to wait for a player action or what we're going to call our agent action. All right, so we're going to have this interface iCombat agent. Okay, so we're going to have this idea of an agent that is going to get us a combat, can do a move in our scenario. Okay, so we're going to have boom, an immortal kid learned something. An immortal kid added an extension method to the enum. I know, isn't it cool? Extension methods, I think, are one of the... I love them. I love extension methods. I'm so glad you learned something. Yeah, an immortal kid and I go way back. Can I out you a little bit, an immortal kid? Can I tell people a little bit about you? Adventure Quest dot combat. So an immortal kid and I went to undergrad together. An immortal kid and I went to the same university. So we've known each other for a really, really long time. We took a lot of we did algorithms together. We did our big software engineering class together. So I've known you for longer than I've known Immortal Kid. We were like TAs together. Was I your TA in Immortal Kid in 251? That's right. We used to do like hackathons where we'd try and finish something in 14 hours. It's pretty nostalgic. So you got an icon, right? I wasn't your TA, yeah. I was a TA for quite a few of my friends. We TA'd together though, I know that. We were in 251 together, that's right. I think did we graduate at the same time or did you graduate before me? I took 6 years to graduate from undergrad. I got all the degrees. I didn't do one, I did 2.5 degrees. And our combat agent sort of needs to have like this idea of getting a move. All right, so the real thing we need from this is a perform action. Public. Have like a combat action that it needs to be able to perform. So we sort of need like to have a set of options we can do in a and I think I feel like I'm going down the path of over engineering. Combat action. All right. Let's explore the path of over combat action. All right, iCombat agent, iCombat action. Unity's gonna yell at us here. Thumbert Games, my friend, welcome aboard. So nice to see you. Happy Monday. Happy Monday. For anyone that doesn't know, Thumbert Games is also a streamer. Thumbert Games. If you're not following Thumbert Games, it's so easy to do. I just did a shout out. Look at your chat, click that little heart, show Thumbert Games some love. Thumbert Games, we love you. We love you. Thumbert Games is a real game developer. Unlike myself, I'm a wannabe game developer, but welcome back, welcome aboard. Welcome to Captain Coder's Academy. You finished the game jam? Awesome, awesome. That's great. All right, so our combat action idea here. So our combat agent's gonna select an action. So public iCombat action, select action, like this. And I think we want to have like information about what we're doing. Somehow it needs to know about what we're doing. Corfless, as always, thank you for hanging out, my friend. Have a beautiful day. Keep on growing your skills, my friend. We'll see you next time. We'll see you next time. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, Thumbert Games. Do you have anything you'd like to promote? I'm gonna make you a VIP real quick. If you have anything you'd like to promote, you have the power to do so right now. Send us a link to your games, anything you'd like. We'd love to check them out. We'd love to see them. All right, so we need to somehow get an agent here. So I'm gonna have 2 agents. Given an agent. All right, yeah, so we're gonna have sort of new AI, or yeah, an enemy agent, and then a player agent. Like this. Thumbert.itch.io. Let's check it out. Thumbert's got some real stuff going on here. Ooh, probably being blocked by the chat. Let's pull this over to the side. We got a couple. Looks like we got a couple games. Do I have it? Am I super zoomed in? No. You got several. Into the Fire. Hyperboreal. Hyperboreal. Slappy, Tank Escape, and Low Level. Everyone go check out Thumbert Games. Give Thumbert a follow. Keep track of what they're doing. They're doing some awesome stuff. But yes, thank you so much for sharing, Thumbert. Before you finished your game jam, what game jam were you doing? I forget. I think you told me yesterday, but what game jam did you just finish? And what was what did you submit? The Winter by Solo Jam Development. I'm assuming you submitted. Did you submit to it? All right, so our combat agent. The low level one's your submission. Cool. Let's get that back up here. This is your submission. Congratulations on finishing. We got a download to play. WSADQE and F to fire flares. Let's check it out. Do you mind if I play it on my stream? Let's download it first. Let's download here. Sorry not to support you there with anything. Let's get this downloaded. We're gonna check it out in a little bit here. We're gonna show it off. We're gonna show it off, and for finishing a game jam, here's 100 points. Here's 100 points for you. Congratulations. 100 points for you to for being here, for doing something awesome, finishing your job there. And feel free. Their store has a couple things in it, but good job, good job, nice work. Once this is downloading, we'll check it out. We'll have to manually change the volume. All right, we'll see how that goes on stream. We'll see how it goes on stream. But it's always awesome to see someone finish something. All right, so we have the action that we're gonna pick. All right, so one thing that's important here is an icon entry. This is gonna be a task as well, because this is gonna be awaited. So the reason it has to be asynchronous, because for the player agent, we have to wait for the player to click a button. All right, so we're gonna have to wait for the player to click a button. But for our enemy agent, the enemy agent is gonna be dumb and it's just gonna choose attack every time. All right, so we're gonna create a new attack action. All right, so we're building up all sorts of stuff here. Namespace adventure quest dot combat public attack, public class attack action is going to extend attack action. It's going to extend combat action. Did I actually implement that? Combat action. And this thing here is going to have a public combat results perform action. That's really what it's going to do. And so this is helping me realize, you know, it's going to help me realize all the little components and chunks I need to get this to work. But this is sort of how I want to connect these things together. I'm working through the idea in my head right now. And Smab's here. Smab should probably be yelling at me saying, you should draw this out. And Smab is correct. Smab is correct. All right, we got our player agent, we got our enemy agent. Smab knows by now that I'm allergic to paper. I cannot draw things out. All right, so our attack action is going to require us to construct public attack action. To perform an attack, we have a attacker and a target. So this is iCombatant, attacker, iCombatant, combatant, target, like this. Not an iCombatant. And I really want to move where this shouldn't be an entity anymore. This needs to be in combat there. So we should move that real quick. All right. Get rid of all these errors first. Okay, let's get rid of these errors. I want to get things compiling before I do a mass change. So now we just have warnings. Okay. So I would like to iCombatant. Our iCombatant should actually be in combat. And doing this is going to cause me to need to import the entity here. Well, that was a lot less painful than I thought it would be. There we go. There's the pain. There's the pain. This is now, this should also be in combat. Feel some pain, feel it, feel the pain. All right, the character, I'm gonna import that. Fixing our errors. Painful refactoring here. Observable components should be combat. And enemies. Interesting. An explicit conversion exists. Is that a real error? I think that might not be a real error. Interesting. I wonder why I didn't need that before. All right. Attack result. This should be part of combat. All right. Sorry, I gotta watch the refactor. This is exhilarating, isn't it? This one's not in the combat. Enemies are not part of the combat namespace. This should be part of combat.ui. Combat.ui. Breaking everything, we're gonna break it. Combat.ui. This is where having a design document ahead of time would be nice. Combat. Trait manifest is now coming from entity. There we go. The organization here is nice to do to get this fixed a little bit. Okay. Woo! All right, so now iCombatant. It's in the right namespace. Let's move it. All right, here's the pro tip. Here's the pro tip that I always say: do not move if you're working on a Unity project. If you're working on a Unity project, do not move your files using your editor. Unity needs to be able to update anything that happened to be using it. So you want to move it in the editor itself. All right, so here we go inside. This is interesting. I still have fascinating. Scripts, model, entity, my iCombatant. I need to move it in my editor to the combat folder. So that way it moves, it updates any metadata that was associated with it. So anything that any other scripts that were using it, any name, do not move or rename files, but you should rename classes. Not so pro tip of the day. All right, and we were working on our combat processor round. We're gonna get a combat agent. So really we want to do the following. Land 3D, welcome aboard, my friend. Thank you for the follow. Welcome aboard. Happy to have you here. Happy Monday. Happy Monday. I hope you're doing well. But welcome aboard. As I always say, happy to have you here lurking, watching, learning, but do not hesitate to ask a question if you see something that you want an answer to or want to contribute. I do encourage backseat programming. That doesn't mean I'm gonna go our turn queue. All right, so we're gonna DQ our player. Yeah, so my whole goal here is to iCombatant. This is our next to act. All right, so we're gonna DQ the next guy to act, and then we're gonna add him back to the end of the queue here in a minute. But yeah, I'm going for an educational stream here. I'm doing this because I'm teaching an intro to Unity class, so I'm sort of learning Unity here, trying to apply my knowledge of quote unquote good programming practice. I'm not going to say that I do all good programming practices, but trying to apply good programming practices to a Unity project and write up a project in that regard. Yeah, Land 3D, where are you at in your learning journey? Is C# your first programming language? Tell us a little bit more. C# your first programming language? Have you programmed before? Are you just learning C# as your first language? And why do you want to learn to program? But yeah, welcome aboard. Happy to have you here. Next to act, turn, queue, DQ. At the end here, all right, so one thing that we're going to do is then our turn queue dot, we're going to in queue our next to act. So they get put at the end of the queue afterwards. And Thumbert, thank you for saying I'm a great teacher. I appreciate that very much. I appreciate that very much. Combat results, player.attack. What am I doing here? I don't want to do a player.attack. I need to get a combat agent, right? So what I really want to do is I need to get an iCombat agent. So this is something that knows how to take a turn. Agent equals something. All right, so I'm gonna need to actually make a concrete version of this. So I think this is a good spot here to introduce a factory. So I think we're gonna introduce a factory here that tells us, depending on the combatant's underlying implementation, we're gonna select an agent to use. But what I want to do is select an action like this. All right, so I have an agent. I'm gonna pass it a select action. And we're going to await selecting an action. And selecting an action gives us a iCombat action. Like this. Action. All right, so await says wait for the agent to take a move. All right, so in this case, if we need an await here because it's going to wait for the player to do something. It says once they make a move, get that action. And then we're gonna do action dot perform action. All right, this is gonna get us our combat results of that action. And then we're gonna just pass that result on. We're gonna propagate that out. So this is like the framework I want. Is the process round says take the next person to act out of the queue, get an agent for them. So part of me thinks maybe my queue should be full of combat agents. But one of the things about my agent here is I think I want to have the factory sort of take like the combat, the factory is gonna take in not only the character, the combatant that's about to act, but it is also going to take in information about the state of the combat scene, and that could select a different agent. So we might have an agent that is sort of like you have your enemy aggressive agent, your enemy scared agent, that sort of thing. So you could have different subclasses that get picked. For now, our enemy agent is going to be dumb, and we're going to have a very, very basic factor that says, well, if our combatant happens to be an enemy, select the enemy agent. If our combatant happens to be a player character, select the player agent. And then we'll also have like sort of a character agent type thing as well. And right now, the enemy agent, all it's going to do is throw out... what am I thinking here? The enemy agent's just going to call attack every time. It's going to be dumb. It's going to be really, really dumb. All right, but this is the general idea. Is I get the agent, it selects an action, we perform that action, and then we move on. That's the process. That's how we process the round. Okay. Whew. At least. Land 3D says, yeah, it's your first thing. I've been making 2D, 3D game art for years. Now I want to make games. Awesome. I've been learning super part-time for about 2 years and have been studying C-Sharp's MSDS, Microsoft Documents, I think. I'm not sure what MSDS, I'm assuming it's Microsoft.net, something, a fair bit. Just get the full exposure to the language itself. Yeah, it's an awesome language. So I always, let me turn my document camera on. This book, if you're learning C# for the first time, I think it's fun to learn it, learn how to make games and stuff, but it's so important to learn the basics. C# Player's Guide, absolutely recommend it. What is my chat command here? I have a command that sends out some resources. But if you're interested, all right, here we go. We got this little command here. If you're looking for resources, I know you didn't say resources. I am working on a book, not the best book in the world. It looks like we got a little bug in my URL anyway. Hey, the URL kind of works though. Ooh, there's some bugs in all of these. I gotta fix this. But C# Player Guide, best C# book for the absolute beginner. And then there's some free resources as well. But I highly recommend learning C# separate from Unity, because Unity and C# are very different. It kind of sounds like that's what you're doing as well. You said you're learning the language itself, which I love. I love to hear that. But yeah, welcome aboard. We're gonna implement a really simple player agent. So we sort of need to get like, we need a combat result that sort of like is the end, triggers that the combat is over. Yeah. Enemy agent. So we're gonna make a dumb enemy agent. Copy this. Enemy agent, come here. Public class enemy agent is an combat agent. All right, so it's a combat agent, and its perform action literally all right, select action. Fascinating. Why is it select action? Oh, did I just combat? Oh, this one is the comp action. Okay. We're gonna make this an async. Don't have to think too hard about it. Select action is always gonna return something. So I kind of want this to take in. I think. Some combat state. So it'd be part of select action, or I think to make it more testable. On our select action, it's going to accept a combat manager. combat plus manager. It's going to use the manager to be able to select, do something intelligent. Go up to our combat agent. We're going to add that in here. So it wants to be able to use the combat manager. The manager is going to have our player and enemy, so we can actually see who our player and enemy is, who they are, who they is, who they are, who they want to be, and all that good stuff. All that good stuff. Okay, so we're going to select an action, and the simple action is going to be to return a new attack action, and the action happens to be manager dot enemy to manager dot player. So this is our really dumb enemy agent. The async method lacks an await. Okay, cool. We don't need to be async. That makes sense. That makes sense. And we got to wrap this in a task. New. Let's see if I can task dot yield. Is that right? How do I generate a task outside of an async? Is it just new task? Like, hang on. Let's look into it. Low levels finished downloading. Oh yeah, Thumbert. I forgot. C# task. We'll get to it. Task dot without async. All right. Turn type with and without async. How do I construct C# construct task? Or let me just go look at C# task. Look at the documentation. I want to just construct a task that essentially the action is finished, right? It has no real run. C# task with result. Return a value from a task. We do a task dot result. Task dot factory run let's try this. Task dot run an I combat action. I'm feeling dumb here. Why can't I figure this out? All I want to do is construct a task.run. Task class represents a single operator or one of the central components. A task of type T. Here we go. I was looking at the wrong documentation. The type of result produced by this task. Okay, here we go. All right, this is how we construct it. This is relatively simple. We're gonna do the following. We say task dot and I guess we have to cast it as task action. I combat action. Or I have to specify this. I combat action. There we go. There we go. Okay. So here is where I was. Here's what it is. Selecting action for our enemy agent. So we have an enemy agent. who is able to make, this is a dumb enemy. All the enemies are gonna do is gonna say, I attack player. I smash player. So that's all we're doing with our enemy agent. It always accepts attack action. Because our player, this is gonna take into account this. Because our player is, let me think here. Because our player does not act immediately, it's not computed, we need to have our select action be a task, because we're gonna wait. We're gonna sit here and wait until the player clicks a button, and then that's gonna enqueue the action into the game. All right. But our AI, we just need a task that says, oh, this thing, there's no waiting. It literally just produces this thing. There's no wait. There's no wait. Okay. And now our player agent is going to work a little bit differently. Let me steal this. It's our player agent. Our player agent needs to sort of have this select action where it awaits a button click. We have to wait for a button to get clicked. So it's a little bit more complex here. So we can't just do a task. We could actually do this. All right, so we're gonna be dumb real quick, just to see the results. Enemy. All right, so we're gonna do this really dumb thing here. Let's see, task, wait, real quick. We're gonna do something dumb here. All right, task, I shouldn't have closed my task of T, C#. All right, we are gonna put a thing in here. So it's sort of this sort of starts a thread and runs in the background. Ooh, question. Can I use tasks in Unity? Can you use tasks in WebGL projects? I think we might not be able to use. Unity's SE does not support WebGL, since WebGL does not support threading and tasks. All right, so I'm gonna have to come back and fix this. We need to use a coroutine. All right, I'm gonna do it this way, and then I'm gonna add that to my to-do here. Oh, I'm so sad. To-do, re-implement combat agent using coroutines rather than C# tasks. All right, so one of my goals here is I want my projects to be able to build for WebGL, and can't use tasks in WebGL because there's no multi-threading. No multi-thread support for WebGL. So I'll have to do it with coroutines. But I'm gonna put that in there as a thing here. The working man says, the to-do list. I'm familiar with the getting larger, not often shorter. Yeah. Our to-do, I always call it our ever-growing, a never-ending to-do list, right? Every time you whittle one thing off, you add three or at least three more. But yeah, as you cut things out, it grows and grows and grows. But welcome aboard, working man. Thank you for joining us. Yeah. Let's see here. What the heck am I doing? We're gonna get this working with our threading first, and then we're gonna figure out how to do it with coroutines. I'm not super familiar with coroutines in Unity. I know that they exist. That's the extent of my knowledge. But I wanted to add in the what I was gonna do is I'm gonna make a dumb player agent and dumb enemy agent that essentially pauses for a second in between. So I think the way that I could do that, all right, so we're gonna do this lambda here. And this will end up being a return. Like this. And I think we do a task.wait.delay. We're just gonna delay a second. All right, task.delay. And then we got to put in a wait here. It says wait for this to finish. And we're gonna make this an async. All right. Oh, this one's actually async. So we do await. Here we go. Await task.delay 1000, and then return a new. Here we go. There we go. So the player action is going to say, wait a second, wait 1,000 milliseconds, and then attack the enemy. That's what we're going to do for now, because I'm running out of time. I'm not going to be able to implement the clicking here, and I'm realizing I actually need to use coroutines. So we're going to wrap up this little demonstration here, and then I think I'm going to hop off. Been streaming for almost 5 hours. Almost 5 hours. 5 hours here in 15 seconds. 15 seconds will be at 5 hours. So I do think I want to hop off there. Let my brain cool down a little bit. Enjoy my Monday off. It is a holiday here in the United States. I'm out of coffee. We're gonna ask, when are your usual streams? When are your usual streams? I'm gonna keep going here. My usual stream, so I'll say 7 a.m. Eastern time daily. 7 a.m. Eastern time. So typically 5 a.m. Arizona time. And in the about section, there's a little schedule that you can find. Jan, or any mortal kid. Sorry. There is. If you're in a mono behavior, let me show you real quick. There is. So let's say in our render we want to do something. You can do the following: invoke repeating. So you can give it a name of. So let's say I wanted to call my awake method over there. Name of awake. And I say call it after 3 seconds and repeat every 1 second. This is gonna invoke the awake method after 3 seconds, then after that first one every 1 second. So it repeats. So you have a repeater that you can do here. So it's not quite a timer, but you could do it this way. So you can do an invoke repeating on a mono behavior. And avoid the update hell you might run into later. All right, so remember agent, combat agent. All right, I'm gonna do the idea here is to add combat agent factory. So tomorrow we're gonna probably implement a combat agent factory. Less useful, but still useful, yeah. But for now, we're going to not sure. So the agent we're going to get is going to be next to act switch. So we're going to check our next to act. We're going to say if the next to act is a player character, then we're going to return a new player agent. And if we are a new enemy agent, and we're gonna have to import this adventure quest dot entity dot enemy name conflicts. All right, so if we happen to be, let's do entity dot enemy. And then otherwise, something terrible has happened. All right. And we're gonna clean this up tomorrow. But for now, I just want to get this concept in there and have this concept working. So we're gonna call process round. All right. Process round here. All right. Let's come back over here. Whew. And of course, when I call the attack button, the attack button calls a process round on us. And process round dot, can't do an await here. What's interesting is this should work. It's just upset. Can I make this async?
would need to return a task. All right, and we'd have to import this, and we will await that. Okay. So there's a whole thing I got to do with coroutines later, but let's see if we can get this sort of where we can see the player agent and the enemy agent sort of alternating back and forth. Right, so let's give it a shot. Let's give it a shot here. Here's our scene. I'm sure I haven't hit the run button in a while, and I haven't written unit test. So we got a Dark Knight appears. Chica the Zlork moves to act, so Chica the Zlork should be first. And of course, method type is incompatible. Okay, so it's telling me, I believe, that I can't. All right, so this is because I'm not using coroutines. All right, so when I click the attack, it tried to call player attack, and it's like, hey, player attack. You can't do an asynchronous thing on a player attack, so we'll do. All right, we're gonna change this to avoid. Change this to void. Let's see if we can get away with leaving this warning in here. Let's see if we can get away with leaving the warning in here. All right, let's see what appears. Do we get a? Oh, we always get a Dark Knight. We don't have an automatic. Dark Knight appears. Zlork. Yeah, so now it's not doing much of anything. Okay. Oh, I'm so disappointed in myself. I'm so disappointed. Synchronously. Oh, this would be such a win. I want to get there. I want to get there. We're at 10 a.m. local time. Normally I'd be teaching a class right now on a Monday. Let's look at this. Let's look at this. Hang on, in my combat manager, I do invoke that. I'm so close. I know that normally I wouldn't stick around. That's not true. There have been several times where I've been so close and I stop. An alternative in the most common way. I want to wait. Oh, so I need to get the result. All right, so process round is going to be a task of combat results. Task. Okay, and then I do my task dot result. All right, combat result. And so I believe this is going to force it to this forces it to evaluate the task. All right, and of course we're doing threads here, so Unity doesn't use C#'s threading system. It uses coroutines, because I guess I'm not 100% sure what the reasoning there is. Attack. We just crashed Unity, didn't we? We just crashed Unity. I'm so close. Oh, I'm so sad. All right, let's kill. We gotta kill Unity here. Unity, we just killed it. All right. Let's try again. The reason they use coroutines, I'm almost 90% sure that the reason they use, I'm gonna go with 87% sure. The reason they use coroutines is to make it so it's easier to be cross-platform. So they can sort of say, well, in WebGL, coroutines work this one way, so that they have a selector on how coroutines work. All right, so I'm gonna go through, I'm gonna untaskify this. So I'm gonna untaskify this. All right. I know it is telling me to stop for the day. I'm gonna untaskify. Smab, you just gotta believe. Why don't you believe in me, Smab? I'm gonna untaskify this whole thing, and then we're gonna add in coroutines later. Enemy agent detaskify. So this is me learning Unity, all right? And we just learned, we were reminded, we didn't just learn, we were reminded that Unity does not support C# threads. And I've done this before. I wrote a thing some time ago. All right, so now we should be able to do just process rounds like this. Smab, I believe the world doesn't. The world's laughing at you. The world is laughing at your plight. Let's give it a shot. Let's give it a shot here. Oh. The operation is not implemented. That makes sense. All right. Woo. Woo. We're getting tired here. Public. iCombatant. Attacker. Get private set. Public. iCombatant. Target. Get private set. And I apologize. Now we're all over the place. Anyone who was trying to follow along, I'm so sorry. Can I take a look at Unity's scene manager and see how it works? I didn't even know it does it. I'd be really interested to see how it uses tasks. And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I can use tasks. I just can't use them in the way that I'm using them. And I just, you might be able to use them with coroutines, right? I'm just not sure. I'd love to. I'm going to add that to my James recommends here. I'm going to add that to my recommendation so I remember to go do that. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Okay, so I could probably do this with a task then, and I just have to figure out how to use it outside of that system. So perform action is going to just be attacker dot attack target, and we're just gonna forward this along like so. I wonder, so my guess is actually that the way I was doing my task may have actually been okay, and it was just dying, and so it wasn't resolving the task because there was something on the inside. I don't know. Chica the Zlork attacks. All right. Dark Knight attacks Chica the Zlork. Okay, so the text is showing us going back and forth. My character takes some damage. I gotta render the character name properly. Beautiful. Beautiful. Not terrible. Not terrible. We have, all right, so we've implemented a very, very simple, stupid round system with only attack working. So we got to figure out how to do this, and we can like move faster than the text, which is fine. All right, let's get a commit, and then I'm going to recap what we did. So a big part of that happened to be moving in our model here. I should have committed that separately. Now it's going to be horrific to do that. Our iCombatant got moved, so we're going to add iCombatant first as a separate commit. We moved this. And we're going to find all the ones that this one was involved with that. These were all involved with that refactor. Attack result was involved with that refactor. Attack result needs to get deleted. I don't think it's being referenced anymore. Okay. And all of this stuff is new, except for Combat Manager. Let's drop this. Okay, so this first chunk of stuff, we're trying to follow good practices here. This first chunk of stuff was a refactor. Change iCombatant namespace to adventure quest.combat. All right. There we go. So that's our first commit, and then the rest of this is implementing. Let's try and keep all our stuff formatted nicely. Don't need this extra white space. Come in here and run a format. Nothing crazy here. Run a format. Run a format. Format. And okay. So this was our basic attempt at implementing a round system. So this is our WIP, our work in progress. This is a work in progress in which we in combat in combat manager. Okay. All right. There we go. We got that in. Close all this off. All right, so let's recap. Let's recap what we did today and do our sign off. So, as you know, I like to sort of give myself sign-on, sign-offs. I miss the sign-off frequently, but here's what our goals were today. And let's edit this one quick sec. Primary goal. All right, so our long-term goal, the thing we've been working on, is we are implementing a combat system in the program. This is our long-term goal. Implement combat system. All right. We add combat and fit. So we managed to finish this. We added a little bit of time here at the end, but we did make it to exploring beforehand. And we happened to add a basic enemy attack and some kind of player and computer agent. So I'm pretty happy with where we got. So we're going to do a sign off. Good progress today. Completed, added basic combat log renderer. All right, so we have like a combat log that we can do. So added a basic combat log renderer today, including like a timing and rendering system. What else did we do? We explore adding in rounds. Yeah, so added combat manager. So we added a combat manager which has a process round. All right, so we can process round. I don't know if that's what it's called. That uses a very basic combatant agent for player/enemy, which currently only attacks. Okay. So we explored that idea, which is pretty cool. So that's what we did. That's what we accomplished today. Next time, I would like to focus on understanding how to use coroutines in Unity. / better understand how tasks can be used in Unity. All right, there's my sign off. We made a lot of progress today. All right, everyone, thank you so much for hanging out. If you're still here, you made it to the end. I'm gonna go ahead and give you guys a little bit of points for hanging out, for being here at the end of all things. I'm gonna go ahead and give you guys all a little bit of bonus here. Give you a little bit of bonus here, all 100. We're gonna find someone to raid, but if you were here, there you go. Take 100 points. We just got our Stream Elements shop set up, so Phil, check it out. Smab says, I'm never here. Smab's always here. Smab's always here. But we're going to go find someone here to raid. We got a good group of people here today. We're going to find someone to raid. If anyone has any suggestions, let me know. But I think we might go check out Proton, creating SID music, or let's see, back to Sekiro. All right, so this one, they're playing games. This one's not doing Unity. If anyone has, is Proton doing Unity? No sounds. I don't want to get Commodore 64 coder guru musician as graphics. Unless someone has a suggestion. I usually want to raid. I usually like to keep it on whatever I happen to be doing. Exactly, Landon. So I was gonna go see if I had Unity. Someone doing Unity here. Oops, not shoot him up. So Proton's not working on something Unity, but let's go check out. See if we got a Unity developer somewhere. I'm in everything. Hang on. No, I'm not. All right. Kashu. Kashu. Legends of Terrestria. Or Tim Baudet. Kashu. Doing Unity, is also doing Unity. Let's see, Tim Baudet. All right, we're gonna go. Tim Baudet has a pretty good big audience right now, 53. We're gonna go give Kashu, I think. Let's see what Kashu's working on here. Kashu's been going for a while, actually. Kashu's been going for a while. Let's find someone, maybe someone newer-ish. I don't want. It looks like they might be wrapping things up. Tim might be a good option. Yeah, since it was recommended, we're gonna. I think we'll raid Tim Baudet. But Baudet, Tim Baudet. I don't know. I'm saying Tim, unless we can find someone else. But yeah. How long's Tim been going? 6 hours as well. 6 hours as well. Just kind of hoping to find someone. Let's add Ludum, maybe. I think Ludum ended, didn't it? Playing in raiding games. And Thumbert Games, I'm so sorry, I never actually made it to your game. I'm gonna have to do it next time. Tim, LD Jam. Yeah, it looks like it. This looks cool. We're gonna go raid Tim. Just because I kind of want to get off here. Tim. Why? I think you tip. All right, we're gonna do it. Smab made a sweet little console game. All right, we're gonna go over to Tim's streams again. Once again, everyone, thank you so much for hanging out. It was super fun this morning, this wonderful, beautiful day, and you're welcome back anytime.
Did you read that as that's how the game goes? No. No,